Sorry about that. These of you trying to get into YouTube. There we go. Sorry about that. I forgot to start the streaming process. I was trying to do too many things this morning. Okay. Yeah, no, it's working now. It's working now. I just forgot to start streaming it this morning. All right, somebody asked a question. Okay, so Rick, do you have a green ball as a connection? If you can take a look in your toolbar, the Trade Ideas toolbar, do you see a green ball? Excuse me, which would typically mean that you are connected. Well, XYT, okay, the channel bar has a ton of scans, okay? And of course, I have a lot of scans that I'm sharing. So there's two areas. We don't have like a central repository of every single scan that every one of our users. Number one, they wouldn't want that. You know, people can be very protective of the scans that they create. But if you go to our toolbar, click on New, and go to the channel bar. If you're using our dock version, you click on dock channel. Otherwise, just click on channel bar. Here are all the channels that we've got, and these are themed channels. Okay, so for instance, if you were looking for, I don't know, stocks, or a momentum channel, yeah, there's no central repository, no. I mean, first of all, it'd be useless. There'd be hundreds of thousands of scans probably there, okay? But, so this is what you can do. Now, I know, my challenge is knowing whether you're using, a person is using the docked version or just the normal version. So let's just say you like this channel or this scan that I clicked on. This is from the momentum channel, okay? Just say you like this one. You look at it, and it's got, it's GoPro is. You say, wow, okay, I wouldn't mind to take a look at this channel or this scan from within the channel. So the first thing you can do is you can right-click, configure, summary. That'll tell you the filters that are being used. Okay, these are telling you what the filters are that created this particular scan. So you look at it and you go, okay, in this scan, it's looking for stocks between $1 and $50. This is a very powerful filter that we have. Current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day. Here's 100,000 shares minimum. This is all about momentum. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. Last 5 minutes, 400% of normal. That's why you're going to see stocks usually with a lot of volume on the move up. Okay, so these are the filters. Now you may look at this and go, I like the concept, but I like a different price range. So you just click on, in the summary, you just click on the icon, left click on it, and the price shows up, or all these filter values shows up. You might say, well, I want it to be 10 and 100. Okay, click on the summary, see how it's changed. So if you like that, just say okay. So now you have taken that and you've obviously you could have done it with the other filters too, but you now have kind of changed it, turned it into how you like to see things in this particular scan. Your next step then, and this is for every scan that you see from within the channels. Now depending on if you're not using our dock version, you would just right click and save or share to cloud. Okay? And then This will pop up, save or share to cloud, and you save. And then that alert, that will save, that particular alert window will be saved into the cloud. If you're using our dock version, one extra step, you would right click, and then you would duplicate into a free floating window. Okay, so here it is. Now you can do that step. Right click, save or share to cloud, save. I'm going to show you where it is, and I'm going to get rid of this. Now, a word about the channels. If you make a change in any one of the channels, like I've just done here, you know, I changed the price range, and then if you go to another channel, you know, let's go to our stock surging channel. I'll come back to it, but now I want to go back to the momentum channel. I'm going to right click, configure, summary. Notice it's back to that 1 and 50 instead of the 10 and 100 that we changed it to. The reason being is that these channels are for everybody, okay? So the fact that you want to make a change, that would change it for everybody, okay? So we don't allow you to make a change to the channel that it will affect everybody, but typically what people do is they look at the channels. Now, just like I'll go back to that stock surging channel, and this is what you should do. Take a look at the channels. You see something? Oh, the action is heating up right now. Well, let's take a look. Works. Yeah, well, I mean, it's obviously today it is having a bit of a day. So if you looked at this one again, you might say, maybe I want that. Take a look at this one. I'm going to do this. I'm not going to make any changes, but you could change the price range. You could do anything you want, but I'm going to duplicate it into a free floating window. Okay, there it is. I'm going to save it to the cloud, right click, save. And guys, if you're listening to me saying, how can I possibly remember all this? Well, you probably can't. Okay, you know, you've got to, it's a little bit, but once you do it a few times, it's sort of the same steps every single time. So you can see what I'm doing. I'm basically going through every channel and I'm extracting windows, scans that I might like to have in my layout. Okay, so if you have already created your own layout, that's great. But now you can add those scans if you want to your own layout, or if you want to start with a blank slate, you know, with just the toolbar, you would Windows, close all. I'm not going to do that. That will close all your windows and all you would see is the toolbar. Then you can start load file, load from cloud. Notice these two are up here. So I can click on the action that's heating up. I can load it and it shows up on my other monitor. I can go to the next one, load from cloud, Momo, load it. Again, it's showing up on my other monitor. So you see, hopefully you're grasping this concept. You can go through the channel bar. You can extract scans that you might like to have as part of your layout. You didn't have to know how to build these scans at the beginning. You could have modified them, but you know the context is always right-clicking on one of these windows. Right-click, configure will always show you the filters that are being used. So again, you can modify them. You can do anything you want. And then, so let's just say for argument's sake, you've gone through the channel bar and you've extracted a bunch of windows. Now you can just save it as a layout. File, save or share to cloud. You would click on entire, give it a name. You know, just give it a name. You know, my first trade ideas layout, and save it. So now that's in the cloud. You can also save it to your computer. File, save the layout, give it a name. Now it's also in your computer. I do both all the time. Oops, don't do that. Don't do that. So again, guys, you know, Might seem like a lot to grasp, but once you do it a few times, you get used to it. Yeah, so our charts, as crazy as it sounds, will update about every 7 seconds, okay, 7 to 8 seconds. When you click on an alert, it's real time. Okay, it is real time. When you click on the alert, that is it. If you stared at the chart now for a while, yeah, you're right. It'll take about 7 seconds to upgrade. Now, as crazy as that sounds, when we introduced charts, I don't know, 3-4 years ago, I thought that was crazy. I thought, how can I do that as a day trader? How could I possibly use something that's going to be, take 8 seconds to refresh? So, I think I had eSignal at the time. So I put my eSignal charts beside the Trade Ideas charts for 1 week to see how radically different would that be. And after 1 week, and believe me, I wouldn't use the Trade Ideas charts because people know me. They know I'm an intraday day trader, however you want to brand me. I wouldn't use these charts if that turned out to be a big deal. What I found was it just wasn't a big deal at all. Typically, what happens is when I click on an alert, okay, yeah, I want to see the charts right now. Now I'm focusing in my Brokerage platform. I'm looking at the bid ask. I'm trying to figure out, okay, do I want to trade this or not? Because I'm now looking at the daily and the weekly and the monthly chart. Want to see, is there some support or some resistance nearby, etc. So I'm really not staring at the chart anymore. Okay. By the time I go back to it, it'll have upgraded for sure. But that's why I was amazed. I mean, it just made zero difference to me. Now, what you're going to say is, yeah, but what if a stock is really moving really, really quickly? The chances of a stock that's moving $1 in a nanosecond, of being able to get it, at the price you want are probably nil. Okay? So that's why I said, wow, it doesn't really make any difference. Now, I know we are upgrading our charts. So that I think that we'll, maybe join the rest of the world, and maybe it'll be more close to a tick by tick. But it really made no difference to me. And again, I am an intraday trader. Okay, so listen, I know there are some, does Bollinger Band works? I don't know why you're only getting the upper line. I don't know why, Dova. I mean, I loaded mine. There are the Bollinger Bands. I've got my upper and my lower. I don't know why you would only get the upper. You might have to go to tech support because I can't help you there. I mean, this is just, you just right click, indicators, and Bollinger Bands. That's it. And if you're not getting the upper and lower, I have no idea why. So I might have to send you to our homepage and just contact our homepage, and maybe they can take a look and see why you're not getting the upper or the lower, whatever one you're not getting. And Devin, it was Devin. I'm sorry, it wasn't Dova. Okay. Somebody asked about China stocks. Okay, you can create symbol lists with all the China stocks that you want. You can put them in. Now, we don't have I think what we've done, we have revised our channels, okay? We had a lot of channels that just weren't being looked at very much, so we decided to get rid of a lot of them. One of the channels was the China stocks. However, if you ask nicely, you can go to, again, the homepage, the Trade Ideas homepage, and ask for the China channel. I think they can give it to you. We still kept them, if that makes sense. We've still kept them so that we haven't got, but we had to get rid of a lot of channels. Our channel bar was just too loaded with channels that people weren't using, or kind of duplicates. you know, two channels showing basically the same thing. So we decided to get rid of them. Give me an idea of a stock that you're saying. The only thing I can see you might be seeing more stocks. You shouldn't be seeing less stocks. Okay, your trade ideas windows are not populating. Do you have, when you look in your toolbar, do you have a green bar, a green ball, or a red ball, or an orange ball? More importantly, do you have a green ball? STK Hunter. If you look at your trade ideas toolbar, okay, so you are not connected. So you've either logged in incorrectly. What I can do, I can help you, because if you logged, the password and username is case sensitive, okay, number one. Number two, it's possible you didn't fill out the exchange agreements correctly. So all I can do is send you to our home page and give them the email address, that you used to, are you part of the test drive? Give them the email address if you're part of the test drive that you used to sign up for the test drive, because then they can take a look at your account and they'll be able to tell you almost immediately. Typically it's a password, username, password. Oh, you turned off your Wi-Fi last night. Okay. More power to you for putting that in there, though, in the room. Okay, good enough. So good. I'm glad you are set up. I had one person say, "Oh man, I forgot to plug in my computer." Okay, I don't know why you'd be seeing that, because this is, but here's what I can do. You can have, I'll just give you these, I'll give you this one then. I don't know why you're seeing that. Okay, here it is. There's the basic new lows. So now you should start saying, I don't know why you are Yeah, the other thing too, it depends when you load it. You won't see the first ones, okay? All right, guys, let's take a look at the AI. If you're following along the AI, this is what I would do. I would click on New, and I would click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? And then this is the window that you'll see. This is the window that you'll see, okay? And that's all I would look at. I wouldn't. Don't worry about Holly Neal, Holly 2.0, Holly Grail. It's disappearing, thank goodness. I don't know when, but it's been really actively talked about getting rid of these segments. I wouldn't even care about what strategies they came from. Okay, just load the window, wait for the alerts to happen. You can incorporate this window as part of your layout, so you don't have to do it every day. And just wait for the alerts to happen. You can't modify it. You can't say, well, I only want to see stocks at a certain price or certain volume. We don't get so many alerts that it's aggravating. When you get an alert that you have to sift through them all. Now what you see here, what popped up on the screen, is something that I think everybody should take advantage of, and this is our price alerts window. And if you click on new from our toolbar and click on price alerts window, this is the window that'll pop up. Look, we didn't invent the concept of price alerts. Of course we didn't. Every charting program, every brokerage platform has price alerts. Of course they do. However, in all the platforms I've ever had, I have found this is about the easiest to use, and there's some interesting other things you can do. So for instance, I want to set a price alert. Let's just say I wanted to set a price alert for BLUE. And what's the price right now? 1861. So if I got down to 1858, so you see what I did? All I did was I went to the chart. I'm gonna bracket it. I'm gonna put a price alert at 1867 on the top. So all you do is just go to the chart and see. Hopefully you can see the dotted line, and then wherever you, and then it's hovering. It's right at the price I want. So I can right click, create price alert 1867. Now if I want to make the change, I want to make it 1870. Of course I can. Now, you don't have to fill in anything else if you don't want to. I rarely do. But if you want to put a little note for whatever reason, you can go ahead. But save. See how easy that was? Now, if I get a price alert, because I've minimized my price alert window, hopefully you're going to see what I'm talking about. I would pick one that's not super active. Well, let's take another one. AUPH. Let me move this a little bit here. And I'll bracket it, or put it just below the price. All I'm trying to do is show you how the price alert window pops up when it hits the price. I just happen to pick a couple that aren't moving as quickly as I want. There's no fee. No, there's no fee. There you go. See how it popped up on my screen? Okay. It popped up on my screen when it hit the price. You'll notice that that blue line now turned into a green line. That's how you know that the price alert was activated. I can put a sound alert on here also. I'm going to talk a little bit about sound alerts. And I'll tell you why I put a sound alert. I have a wireless headset, so sometimes I wander away from my computer, and so I will hear it. There it is again. There's blue now. You see how if I had this minimized, these would have popped up on my screen. I sort on the triggered time, so I'm always going to see the last one that triggered right at the top. You see how it changes colors or fades. You can't miss it then. You cannot miss a price alert. Very powerful. Okay? Yeah, what he's saying is if you right click on the alert window and click on history and then click on today, you'll see all the alerts that happened. Now, again, for those of you, and I'll talk about interact, so the answer is no. There is no fee to using B Plus if it's linked. I mean, you have to pay, you have to have an Interactive Brokers account, of course, whatever fees they charge, but we don't charge anything, no, if that trader, okay? So let me just describe what Trade Ideas first is, okay? If you're coming into this room for the first time, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. market. And this is an example of a scan, basic new highs and lows. If I right click, configure, you will see the scans I'm using that I like to see in this particular window. Sorry, the filters. So these are the filters that I'm using. So this is what I want to see. I want to see stocks between $1 and $20. The current volume is 4. So it's, it's got to be trading extraordinarily today. That means it's trading 4 times what it would normally do up to this point of the day. 400,000 shares minimum, up or down 4% from the open. This is the concept though, when you start scanning. You start off with filters. If I didn't have filters and all I was looking for were stocks making new highs or new lows for the day, I'd be inundated with alerts all day long, right? So that's why you always start off with some filters to kind of whittle that universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So if these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why I'm seeing these stocks. Okay? Now, BFLY on the move here, guys. Again, I'm probably not going to do any trading. Well, I may do some trading today, but first 2 days of a test drive usually, and it's absolutely fine, inundated with questions, and that's absolutely fine. The great news about trade, in my opinion, is that you don't have to learn a programming language. So no, I'm gonna pass that on. I'm gonna ask Brad. And you're on Eugene, you're on 5.5.2. Now, make sure, the only thing I can think of, but can you see it? Can you see other data in your single stock window? Just to make sure that if you grabbed it on the left-hand side and pulled it, that it's just not, like maybe your single stock window is too small. And if you grabbed it on the left side and pulled it, does that not maybe show the flag? Yeah, it just means it's up for the day. Okay, it just means it's positive, that's all. The entry was 79.69, so it's above the entry price. That's all that means. 75.22, 70, that's all that means. That's the blue. Okay? I wouldn't worry about anything else. I can go over aggressive, moderate, and conservative. I like to get rid of this too. All this is telling you is that if you got out of the trade exactly when the AI got out, and we don't recommend. I know a lot of people are trying out the AI or looking at the AI, hoping that all I got to do is take every trade automatically, and then at the end of the day I count my money. It's not like that. Okay, I hate to say it, but it's not like that. You have to manage the trades on your own. That is our recommendation. If you did perhaps want to take the trade in auto fashion on the entry, but then manage the exits on your own. Okay. Now, the other thing you can do is first of all, use our simulator. Use our simulator, and then you can turn on all the AI strategies. Okay, you have a Holly AI, a tab up here. And if you turn them all on, right click and enable them. Now they're all on. You can see how it would work in complete auto fashion. Okay, that'll give you a really good idea. Some days it might work okay, but that's not our recommendation. I use it like a watch list. That's what I use it as. I have a Price range that I like, under $20. If it's not under $20, I typically don't look at it, but that's just me, okay? Everybody will have a different way of using it. There was no video on how to use the AI, okay? Like, here's how, you get an alert and this is what you should do. No. Now, I was, let me go back a little bit about the AI and talking about how you don't have to learn a programming language. Okay? If you right click on an alert window, and you know it's an alert window, why? It says A in the top left hand corner. And then you click on search. Here are all of the alerts. When you see icons that have a white background, and then when it changes to these icons, these are the filters. We feel that we have created enough alerts and filters that for the vast majority of our customers, they can combine them to create the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? Now, if you think, oh my gosh, how am I going to learn all of these alerts and filters? You don't. I use maybe 0.5% of them. But we create enough of them because we have, there's all sorts of different trading styles. So, that's why we feel we've created enough alerts and filters that for most of our customers, you can find and you can combine them to create the type of scan you're looking for. So no programming language to learn. Well, I guess they're kind of recorded on YouTube, but this is the same every week or every day. This is nothing new. This is not special for the test drive, okay? The only difference is that I'm probably getting a few more questions than I normally do, but this is nothing. This is the format every day. Well, not every day. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Okay. Well, the AI trade window is to track to see what the alerts are. Okay, so you can track to see what the alerts are and whether or not you want to take the trades. Okay, this is showing you all of them. Okay, so far this is what's happened today. Guys, if I haven't answered a question, well, it does show the symbol. If you click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window from this toolbar, I mean, here's the symbol. If for some reason you don't see the symbol, it may be because the box is shrunk or the column is shrunk down or something. That's the only thing I can think of. These windows here, this is part of the docking. These are just earnings plays, okay? I know it may be a little confusing, but this is part of the docking feature, how you can group windows together, so you move them all around. I don't really want to talk too much about that right now if a person is new. Okay, so don't get too confused about this. These are earnings plays today. Is that what you meant though, Richard? All right, so Gav, when you check your toolbar, do you have a red ball, or a red ball? Okay, the Trade Ideas toolbar. Can you see my screen? The toolbar right up here. I'll get to your question in a second in stock. So do you see the Trade Ideas toolbar? Where it says File, New, Tools, Windows, etc. And you should see a green ball, which means you are connected. Okay, you are connected. Okay. So what's probably happened, and you're not seeing any data at all. Like every single, okay. For instance, have you loaded this have you loaded the strategy trades all window as an example? as an example. Okay, why don't you do that? I want to see. Okay, why don't you do that? Click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades Window. Trades Window. Trades Window. So do that for me, Gav. Because you should see these are the alerts so far today. You should see those. If you don't see those, then even though you've got a green ball, which looks like you're connected, it means you probably haven't okay, that worked. Okay, so you're live, you've got data. So what is your real question? I mean, you have to load some load some chart load some scans. I mean, I've got scans that I'm sharing. You can go to our toolbar, click on New. You can either click on Channel Bar, or if you can help me here, when you click on Help and About, what version are you using? What does it say? If you click on Help and About, what version does it say? Okay, so you're on an old version. Now, I mean, you can stay there if you want. That's the so-called latest production version. If you want the latest version, though, I would go to our home page and scroll down a little bit. Just a minute. You can stay there if you want. It's not the end of the world. But if you do go to our home page, and by the way, hi from Mozambique. I'm sorry, I should recognize somebody said hi from Mozambique. So if you click on that link and you see where it says download software, and so scroll down. This is what you've downloaded. Nothing wrong with it, but this is the latest, what we call the latest beta. Has some features, more features, 5.5.2. But if you don't want to do that, I mean, it's fine. All I was going to say then, though, is if you click on New from the toolbar and then click on Channel Bar, see, these are all the themed channels that we have. Okay, these are all the themed channels that we have. These are all layouts. So the problem with doing it from, call it the old version, is that if you have a layout all like up and running right now, you know, in the past, if you clicked on one of these channels, which is a layout, it would replace your layout because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. With the new version, if I click on New and now Docked Channel Bar, and notice what happens when I click on a channel. This is the electric vehicle channel, EV. Notice my layout still remains. So that's kind of that's probably the #1 feature of using the new dock channel, or the new beta, just for that. Because I mean, so many times people are saying, "Man, I want to surf through the channels during the day, but it's a real pain because my layout disappears. I've got to reload my layout again and all that." So you know, with this new version, you don't have to do that anymore. But if you're new, you can start looking at the different channels. You know, here's the earnings channel. You know, up after earnings, down after earnings. Okay, these are top list windows. And if you don't know what a top list window is versus an alert window, I really recommend you take a look at the 20. And not just you, but anybody. I absolutely recommend that you take a look at the 20 lessons, okay? It goes, and it won't take you the 20 days. All right, let me, I want to try to catch up on some of these questions here. How do we alert with a voice? Okay. Pull up a chart showing intraday, you can't. If you're talking about a chart that's going to show the intraday like a line, you can't. Okay, so we have voice alerts. We have sound alerts, what we call sound alerts. So if you're in an alert window and you right click, properties, actions. Again, guys, if you're looking at all this saying, I'm never going to remember it. Well, again, in the 20 lessons and also in the educational video section on my homepage, all this is covered, okay? So then you check the play sound, then you click set up the sound. One of them is text to speech. So the whole concept of using price alert or sound alerts is you can put one of your windows, your alert windows, or the AI, same thing with the AI, say text to speech. The reason why you don't want to do them all is that, if you have them all text to speech, you'll never know which window to look at when you hear the symbol being spoken. So you can put one of them, and after that, you don't have to do any one of them, but if you want to have one of them text to speech, that's fine. Otherwise, you check the use custom sound and check select. And then these are 3 folders, excuse me. These are 3 folders. Each folder has some sound alerts. So you can check one of them, highlight one of them. You can open it, then you can play it. If you like it, you like that sound, then you say okay a couple of times, and then that sound alert gets attached to that window. Okay? So the whole concept of sound alerts is put a different one on your different windows. So once you hear this, eventually you'll know exactly which window to look at when you hear the sound. Yeah, so Richard, it's all going away. There's no rationale anymore, okay? It's all going away. We're getting rid of Holly Neal, Holly Grail, Holly 2.0. It's all going to be just Holly, okay? I was hoping by now, by the test drive, it would have gone away, but so there's no point in, there's no, I'm not going to go into it at all because it's all going away. It's just going to be, you get an alert and it's the AI and that's it. Yeah, so this is interesting. So I'm getting another comment about the flags. The flags, let me just, again, I'm going to go back. I've indicated to development that the flags don't seem to be working. So again, have you tried to drag the single stock window left to make sure that it's, it's just shrunk too much and you can't see the flag? I mean, is that possible? Talking to Tony in YouTube. I want to do something. Okay, first, just let me see if I can do something here. Options. Okay, so I'm going to open a new single stock window. You see what I'm talking about? I mean, is it possible that you just had, like, you're seeing only this? You know, that's what you're seeing, and you're saying, well, where's the flag? I mean, for all of you that are saying you can't see the flag, is it possible that your window is just not wide enough? I just want to make sure before I hound our development people. Okay. All right. So, all right. And now I'm getting reports from our, okay. So that is obviously something that's gone. I'm sure it'll be corrected. I mean, it's not the end of the world, guys. I mean, the flag is nice. It's not the end of the world, but okay. So we'll, I'm sure the development will have to put out another beta version to correct that. Mine works, and I'm on the same version as you guys, but it's a development version, so I don't know what happened there. Well, when you say that, yeah, I tried to answer your question. I don't know why you're not seeing your Bollinger Bands on the charts, okay? I can't answer your question. You might have to go to our... I mean, I can, of course. I mean, I just right-click indicators, and I check Bollinger Bands, and that's it. That's what I've done. And here they are. There's my upper, that brown line there, and there's my lower. Now, as somebody mentioned, I mean, make sure that, sometimes you can't see them like an upper or a lower because it's out of the range. My setting is 20 and 2. Just the normal setting. 20, period 20, standard 2. Are you talking about Bollinger Bands or any data at all, Devin? So are you talking about Bollinger Bands or are you talking about any data at all? I mean, I'm seeing my Bollinger Bands are in pre-market. Listen, a lot of people think that's not the way to go. I mean, you shouldn't have pre-market data for moving averages and all. I believe we do, but no, look, because I've got pre-market data. There's my Bollinger Bands right there for blue. So no, that is not that. All I can say is maybe go to our home page and say, hey, if you're convinced that you're not seeing Bollinger Bands for anything, like here's DVAX, there's my upper, here's my lower. Really? You don't have standard deviation? You have the periods, you don't have standard deviation? Really? Okay, boy, I can't help you there. I have no idea why that would be happening. You might have to, then I'm going to have to send you to, I'm sorry, I really apologize. I'm going to have to send you to our home page and tell them. I'll give you the home page link. And we have a lot of tech, we have a lot of support right now, of course. We're all geared up for this and tech support, so yeah, there's no, I don't know why you would not have that, because it's been around forever. I mean, the ability to choose the standard deviation. Yeah, Tony, so there appears to be an issue with the flags, okay? I mean, that's all I can say. Okay. All right, guys. Are there? I do apologize if you can just repost something if I haven't. Okay, so Trader Betty, how do I pull up a chart showing intraday new highs and lows on the overall market? Okay, so I, I don't know how to answer a question like that. I mean, a chart? You mean like literally a chart is not going to show you that. I mean, the SPY, of course, is a nice indicator of what's happening in the market. Okay, so again, do you mean on the chart it's showing? You have to maybe explain a little bit more when you say you have CTI users using it. Are you just talking about stocks that are at the high and stocks that are at the low? I mean, obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, but I mean, you can create a top list that shows you the stocks that are. Yeah, didn't you ask this question last week, or somebody was asking this market breadth question? I don't have anything like that. Okay, maybe maybe one of the other traders has something like that. So maybe you can ask that question at our homepage. I don't have anything like that for market breadth. Yeah, so I am not there. Again, I hate to say the same thing to you, apprentice trader. If you go to our homepage, I don't have patterns like that, okay? Bull flags, cup and handle. But we have other traders. You know, we have 5 other traders at Trade Ideas. They are more intraday traders than I are, more swing trading than I am. They could have something like that. So if you go to the homepage and ask that question, I just don't have a scan like that. So if you go to the homepage and ask that question, somebody might say, hey, yeah, this is what I use, okay? All right, guys, I haven't got to Brokerage Plus. But I wouldn't worry about it. How different it is. You know, you can take it and you can, you know, sort of customize it the way you want to see. I mean, I have a price range. Maybe you don't want to see the same price range. Okay. Are you using our doc version? Because I can just actually give you this whole thing you see here. Okay. But I wouldn't worry about it too much. It was just the concept. This is not, I mean, happens to be stuff that I like to see. I have no idea what sort of a trader you are. And what I had before is very, very similar to this. My big problem was knowing, you know, not everybody is going to be using our doc version. Otherwise, I'd say, hey, I can just give you this whole doc. You know, I can just say, here, have it, take it. All right, you're seeing AI alerts and you're not seeing anything else. Well, okay, if you are seeing AI, Mel, I want to make sure. What's the last one you saw? Make sure you're not stuck on Friday. Christine, what's the last? Do you see Billy? The last one came in at 10:38 ALKT. LAC. Okay, so you do see that 10:39. Okay, so you're seeing all of them. You're seeing all these alerts. David, it's possible it's a compare count. Okay, okay, just answer my question. You can see these alerts from the AI though. Just want to make sure you can see these alerts from the AI. Okay, good. All right, so yeah, I mean, it's possible that whatever, I mean, what filter, are you using one of my scans or are you using something you created? You know, I shouldn't ask two questions at the same time because price alerts all choice. Okay, so you're talking about this. You're talking about this window? So you've set some price alerts and you're not getting any? Well, I mean, does that mean it hasn't triggered? I mean, that unless you're thinking something that you set a price alert for and you're convinced that it should have triggered, then that's a different issue. I mean, I demonstrated earlier my price alerts are working. Okay, yeah, well, you should see them somewhere. I mean, these are all the past ones that triggered for me. There is a filter for block trades, big paper. I can actually give you something that I use. I'll show you. Well, I don't use it. I just created it. I don't use it, but I'll show you what it can look like. I can give it to you if you want. So this is our block trade, and the reason I can give you this because the question is, okay, great, you've got block trades, but can you tell me if it's at the bid or the ask? You know, maybe even the size. Okay, so this is what's happening in the block trade. So the block trade, it's just a filter. Oops, right here. It's just I'm sorry, it's an alert, and the minimum size is 20,000 shares. Okay. In this particular one, I set it for I believe I set it for 50,000 shares. Okay, you don't have to do the same thing, but okay, yeah, I set it for 50,000 shares. The minimum is 20,000. Okay, so I can give you this if you want, and then this is also going to show you, okay, is it at the ask, at the bid, or in between? And this column will show you actually how many. So for those of you who want block trades, okay? Jay, okay, here it is. That is the link for block trades, okay? Okay, so, oh, I see. I'm sorry, Apprentice Trader. This is tech support. Yeah, this is what I call minor tech support, okay? Where I may be able to figure some things out. But what I wanted you to do is go to our homepage and ask for those, okay? Ask for them. Go to our homepage, and one of the other traders might have a scan already developed for cup and handle and things like that, okay? I don't. And I'll just give you, again, the homepage link again, okay? Okay, do you see what I'm saying? Okay guys, I'm just being told that a new build will come out that'll have the flags. So, nothing to do right now. We don't show dark pools and we don't show level 2, no. You get level 2 from your broker, I'm sure you're aware of that. We get level 2 from your broker and we don't do anything with dark pools. Okay guys, I want to talk about this window here called Brokerage Plus. Okay, this window that you see right here, we call it Brokerage Plus. Couple things. If you're using our web-based version, not available. So you have to be using our downloadable app, okay, to get this window that we call Brokerage Plus. So, for those of you who are interested, if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, the link I put in here, the Brokerage Plus link, there are 2 videos. The first short video shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can use this window to actually trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay, I'm not going into any big detail. You have to watch the video. The second video is a lot longer. Okay, and it goes into a little more detail about how you can use this Brokerage Plus window. But please listen really, really carefully, especially if you're new. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means this feature is not available. This feature, that's all it is. It's an option, it's a feature. I don't even use it, okay? When I trade, I trade from within Interactive Brokers, and I'll explain why. Because I'm going to demonstrate the simulator in action, which I think is probably, in my opinion, the more important use of this. It's nice to be able to use this window, you know, to trade your IB or E-Trade account, but it's certainly not mandatory. Okay, so that first video shows how you can connect. The second video goes into a lot more detail about some of the features of using Brokerage Plus. Okay, let me try to answer your question, Cloud Sourcer. All right, so, well, you can set 100% auto. I mean, first of all, okay, the only thing you can't do in this test drive, okay, if you're a test drive person, you cannot auto trade the AI with your live account if you happen to have an IB or E-Trade account, okay? You can use the simulator. I'm going to go into the simulator. You can use the simulator, and if you want to auto trade the AI in the simulator to see how it would work, you can do that. But you cannot trade your IB or E-Trade account if you're part of the test drive, okay, just part of the test drive. Obviously, if you're a subscriber before, if you're bound and determined you want to auto trade the AI, which we don't recommend, but if you're bound and determined, of course you can do that. But if you're part of this test drive, you cannot auto trade the AI with your live Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. Okay? No, it uses, okay, I'm going to talk about the simulator right now. Okay? This is a really excellent feature that we've got. If you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, please practice trading first. Do not commit money to the market before you practice trading. Doesn't matter who your broker is when you're using our simulator. It's using our real-time data, Cloud Sourcer, okay? So that answers your question. It uses our real-time data, which is not delayed, okay? It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. You can practice trading, including, you know, turning all the strategies on in the AI to see how that would work. Okay? Checkmate. I just logged in. Where can I get the link? I can't find it here. So what link are you talking about? You want the link maybe to my layout or all the scans I'm sharing? When you say you can't get the link, I don't know what link you're looking for. Here's my homepage link, if that's what you're talking about. Now, for those of you who are in YouTube, and I do apologize, I forgot to start the streaming earlier, but for those of you who are in YouTube, you know, there is another, what I call the main trading room. It looks kind of like, well, not kind of, it looks like this. It's more active, many more traders. We have a lot more activity in the room. If you want, I mean, staying in YouTube is fine, but this is what I call the main trading room. And here is the link for it. It's just that the main trading room is just a lot more active. Okay? Sorry, wrong link. Just give me a moment here. Just give me a moment. Okay, so here is the link to the main trading room. Again, YouTube is fine. If you just want to hear me and see my screen, you don't want too much interaction, etc., it's fine. But if you want more interaction with other traders, and also my ability to post links and everything is a lot easier in the main room than in YouTube. So it's your choice. It's your choice. And again, guys, if you're on the test drive, this is the first, several hours, okay? Don't get too anxious. If you're sitting there going, man, oh man, I don't understand a thing. First of all, we've got 2 weeks, okay? You're not going to master trade ideas. You're certainly not going to master trading. Trade ideas is a scanning tool, okay? It's not the be-all and the end-all. You know, what you're seeing here, these are ideas, all right? There's not like every time I see an alert, I just take the trade. You know, but of course I haven't even looked at any of the alerts that we've had today. I haven't had time. Typically, of course, I will do some trading normally. Okay, so before I get into the simulator, I just want to answer one question. So AAVV, so I have 3 4K monitors. Of course, you can have, you know, yes. I mean, there's no problem having as many monitors as you want. Okay, we do most of the heavy lifting. Our servers do most of the heavy lifting, okay? I mean, it helps to have maybe a relatively fast machine. I don't know what the minimum is anymore. I think maybe 8 RAM, 8 gigs, is probably the minimum. The more the merrier, but so there's no problems. I've got 3 4K monitors running. Okay, let me talk. You're in there, Brian. You're already in the main trading room. Okay, you're in the main trading room. Well, Brian, here's the deal. I mean, auto trading, hey, listen, okay, first of all, you can auto trade your own strategy. If you create a strategy and you're really comfortable, you know, I don't talk about back testing too much because it's a really advanced feature. And so I typically, I mean, I can get into it later on, but it's just a recommendation. Just a recommendation that, you know, you do not completely auto trade the AI. That's all I can say. To me, it's a great watch list. The machine, it's sort of a man machine. The machine gives you the alerts. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to create any scans. And then how you trade them will be up to you. There are people that maybe will take the trades in auto trade fashion on the entry, but manage the exits on your own. Okay? Okay, I mean, you can do that. You know, if you want to auto trade the entries and then manage the exits on your own, you know, fine. I don't see the big. I mean, if you're going to auto trade, if that's what you're going to do, if you're going to auto trade the entries and then manage the exits on your own, I'll be honest. That means you are sticking around watching all day long, because if you're going to manage the exits on your own, that means you're sticking around. I don't see the massive need to get into the trade right at that penny, okay? So, I mean, it's up to you, completely up to you. The way I trade, if I got this alert, I'd want to click on it. I'd want to see, okay, is there any resistance that I might see really close? You know, that might, you know, make me hesitate. I mean, these are not designed that if you don't get in right at the penny that, you know, you're toast. So I would always want to be able to click on the trade, on the alert, just to do a quick look to see, okay, how's it trading? What's it trading from? Is there any near-term resistance? And then I can take the trade if I want to. I mean, yes, is every now and then does something just zip higher immediately? Okay, that, you know, you run that risk. But look what happened here. You know, what do you get the alert at? 79.69. There's 80. You know, you had an opportunity. The next candle, it got down to 79.19. You see what I mean? So there wasn't like, you know, mad rush in my opinion to get into any of the AI alerts. So if you're going to be sitting around managing the exits, why not just click on the alert and see? It's not like we get so many alerts during the day. You know, they're usually spaced out, so it's not like you get like 10 alerts at the same time. Okay, let me auto apprentice. Let me. This is what I mean. So if you go to our home page. Okay, if you go to our home page and you click on the link, this is what I meant. Okay, hopefully questions and answers. So start right there. Okay, click on the questions and answers and then say, hey, listen, I'm looking for a bull flag or whatever. I can't remember what your question was, but whatever your question was. Any trader has a bull flag scan they want to give to me. Okay, something like that. Okay, so Brian, did you check the second video in the Brokerage Plus link that because it goes into a lot of that. I don't go into a heck of a lot of detail because that video was done, it's about a 26-minute long video. Okay, and it goes into a lot of the details, some of the things that you're asking right now, and probably more, okay? So it shows you how to connect if you got the have an IB or E-Trade account. And then secondly, it goes into all of what you're asking. Okay? I don't know if you've watched the video. Now, the other thing is, I will have to see who's on today. I just got to see who's taking over in the YouTube feed at noon when I take a little bit of a break. The reason I say I suggest you take a look at it, because you may have all sorts of other questions, okay? So no way to show fibs on the charts, no. Not yet anyway. I'm just looking at the indicators. I don't see fibs yet. I'm sure, at some point, I know the charts are being, in fact, if I'm lucky, there's going to be a build. I don't know if it'll be, but finally we're going to get some shading on the charts. You'll be able to do a lot more on the charts, okay? Hopefully maybe by the end of the week, there'll be something that I can display. We are working on the charts madly, so adding more and more indicators. Sentiment indicator, I'm not aware of what you're talking about exactly. I mean, I know what sentiment is. I know what indicator is. Putting them together, I sort of know what you mean, but the answer, I guess, is no. So the charts are updating right now. When you click on an alert, it's a real-time alert, okay? So when I click on works, You know, the price is 432. I'm looking at my interactive brokers. That's the price. If I stared at this chart, it'll take about 7 seconds to refresh. Okay, see how it is refreshed. So I mean, is it what? And again, I mentioned this earlier. Somebody asked about this question. I wouldn't be using these charts, you know, just because I work for Trade Ideas. You know, I thought it was crazy that they would refresh every 7 seconds. So I put an e-signal chart beside my Trade Ideas charts. I ran them side by side for a week, and I just found that it made no difference whatsoever. Because typically when I click on an alert, I'm not staring. All I'm doing is I'm kind of looking at, okay, as I was trading, checking the weekly, monthly, daily, is there any resistance? And I'm going right to my order entry to see if I want to trade it. And so, you know, I'm not staring at this chart so much once I see the real-time alert. I'm more interested in the pattern and the daily and the weekly and the monthly, and I'm going right to my order entry. Okay, so that's the reason. Relative volume does not work in the pre-market. El Montro Trader. Okay, it doesn't work in the pre-market. So if you're using any of your scans, either top list or alert window, and you're using our relative volume filter in the pre-market, you will get no data. Okay, just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, again, I apologize if I haven't answered a question. If you can just repost it. All right, I got to talk more about the simulator now, okay? Well, I'm a momentum trader, okay, Nebo, so that's what I am. Everything you see here, now I'm not probably going to trade it all today, but everything you see here is, you know, either making a new high or a new low. That's how I have color coordinated it. The reason, and then, because I get the question a lot, well, how come if you're an intraday trader more, why do you have a daily, weekly, and a monthly chart? The reason being is that, okay, I'm looking at Kindy right there. It's just made a high for the day right there. You can see it right here. So my next step is always going to be look, okay, where is the next high on the daily chart? Is it far enough away that I think it could have potential that it could get up to that level? Okay, that's just a judgment case I would make. I'm just looking at Kindy here. If I don't see anything on the daily, I look at the weekly and then I look at the monthly. I'm always looking left. You'll hear me say this all the time if you stick around. Look left, look left, look left for me, because I'm always wanting to see where could the resistance be. Does this stock have a, before it hits the next high on any one of these higher time frames, is it far enough away that I think it could keep moving? Okay? So that's kind of my trading style. Now, the simulator. I got to talk about the simulator, guys, before I can't let myself get interrupted anymore. The simulator is awesome. Okay, if you haven't traded before, or you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, practice with our simulator. You just click on an alert, the symbol shows up, you pick how many shares you want to trade, you pick what price you want to get in at. More than likely, you're going to hit the buy button, because most of you, if you're new, you're not even going to consider shorting. And boom, it'll show up here. Let's just say I wanted to trade Candy right now. Right now, I want to trade Candy. Okay. So I'm going to talk about a couple of concepts here. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why. I'm going to buy right at the market. There was only a 1 cent spread, so buying at the market is okay. Okay, so there it is. So it took the trade at 539. okay, in the simulator using our real-time data. Okay, it doesn't matter who your broker is. I'm going to put a stop, 519. I'll explain why. So first of all, if you don't know like what the heck's a stop and why am I doing this, so you see the red line just showed up on the chart. So when you get into a trade, in my opinion anyway, this is how I trade, I'll have a price I'm getting out of the trade at if it's not working for me. That's the stop, okay? And so how do I figure out where a stop is? Well, again, this is where practice will come into play. Typically what I do is I look at a chart and I try to size up an area where I think there's a lot of support, and if it breaks down through that support area, I should be out of the trade. I'm just using candy as an example here. I mean, it's probably not the worst. I'm looking at a 15-minute chart. Looks like there's, decent support there anyway, but okay. So there's the first concept, knowing where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you. They're not all going to work. You just have to accept that. Second concept, why did I take 500 shares? When you get into trading, in my opinion anyway, you're not going to take the same number of shares per trade. How many shares you'll take will really be based on the difference between your entry and your stop. So in this case, it's 20 cents. If you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. In this particular case in the simulator, I said, okay, I'm going to risk $100 on this trade. It says 97.50, but again, a bit of a rounding error, we'll call it, okay? So why did I take 500 shares? My entry was 539, my stop is 519, the difference is 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. Okay, so that's why in this demonstration, I took 500 shares, because if I lose on this trade, the most I want to lose is approximately $100. Okay, so two concepts. Placing a stop, at an area where, and it's not a matter of, well, I'll just have a 10-cent stop every trade, 20. To me, it has to be based on something other than just, I'll just put a 10-cent stop every trade. So, again, based on, and the only way you're going to understand where you put a stop. I mean, some people will use moving averages. I like to use. I'm probably a little more of a visual person. I like to see where I see support, where I think support is. If it breaks down through that, I should be out of the trade. That's why you're going to have to practice. Okay. I can't tell you how you're going to place a stop, but it's so important because you can't get into trades and then just hope and pray it's going to work for you. Because again, placing the stop, then that will determine how much you're willing to risk on the trade. If it doesn't work, okay. I'll risk $100. Two concepts. Third concept now is to obey your stop. Obeying your stop can be one of the hardest things to do. You get into a trade, Candy had earnings today. Everything looks excellent. Yay, earnings. Everything, I read about it, looks good. The sector maybe is strong, etc., etc. And oops, it's not working. And you don't want to believe that it's not going to work. So instead of obeying your stop, you start reducing your stop. Okay, right on the chart, you see how now I've reduced it down to 508. And even then, it keeps coming back to that new stop, and you keep refusing to obey your stop. So that $100 manageable loss can turn into $200, $300, $400, $500, and finally you give up. So it's, in my opinion anyway, it's critical to obey your stop. Yes, sometimes you don't obey your stop, and it does start working. It bounces off, let's say you move it down to 508, and it bounces off 508, and it starts working wonderfully. Of course, that's going to happen, but this can be a recipe for disaster, if you don't have good money management technique. Okay, so, and the other thing is to, basically, how I trade is I don't risk $100 the first trade. Again, we're talking in the simulator, and then $50 the next trade and $500 the next trade. Don't get into revenge trading. I lost $100 the first trade, so I better risk 200 the second. So when it works, I'll be up 100. You know, I'll get rid of that first loss and I'll be up 100. Oops, that doesn't work. Now I'm down 300, and I lost 100 the first trade, 200 the second trade. I better risk 400 the third trade, so I can make that back and get up 100. You can just see where it's all leading. Coach Cargo, let me, no response. Did you go to our homepage and start a live discussion? And just give them your email account or your email that you use to sign up. Unfortunately, I cannot help you. I don't have access to the accounts, etc. So now, you know, we're probably being swamped with, which doesn't help you right now, perhaps, but is that where you went? Went to the home page, and then where it says start discussion, and then make sure you give them the email you use to sign up so they can check your account. Probably Brian, Interactive Brokers, probably. So there's nothing to do to add it, James. It's just right here, okay? Brokerage Plus. You click on Sim, and then you're in simulation mode. Okay. You're just in simulation mode. Just click on Sim. I think maybe down here you just have to pick an account, which is the simulated trading account, and then you're in. You can do this. I mean, what I do is I have this, and again, I think we're getting rid of these three. We may keep conservative, just to give you briefly. Conservative means getting out exactly when the AI got out of the trade, okay? Notice the AI is still in the Billy trade. So conservative, moderate, and aggressive will all be the same. When the AI gets out of a trade, what moderate means is, okay, if the stop never got hit, okay, then this will keep calculating. It's a what-if scenario. What would happen if you kept in the trade right to the end of the day, as long as the stop never got hit? And aggressive is what if you kept in the trade right to the end of the day, even if the stop got hit. So these are what-if scenarios, okay? That's all. That's about the best I can. I mean, I like to sort on the aggressive profit target because, or the aggressive profit percent, because I watch this all day long. I just watch this all day long. I want to see the ones that are moving the most. I don't care about these guys down here. I just want to see the ones that are moving the most. Out of my price range, I like to trade. You know, Billy obviously not a bad trade. 79.69, 81.95. You know, but that's how I use the AI. I sort on this column. That's why I see this right here. How you use it will, you know, it'll depend. There's no best. There's no best way. There's no worst way. Okay? So the close profit is minus 0.27% on the TSN. That's where the AI got out of the trade. But if you kept in the trade, you know, you'd be, you know, and it's up to you. I mean, you can always use this like a watch list. Sometimes the AI is too soon, you know. You get the alert. Didn't work, but then it comes back later on in the day, the same setup, and then it starts working. So maybe it was just a little bit early. That's why I always say, you know, use it like a watch list. Hi, Joe, you're back from vacation. Good to see you again. Is there a way to correlate the stock price with the premium in order to select your stop loss premium price? Wow, Jesse, I don't understand what you mean. The stops, if you're talking about the AI, the stops are automatically set. Okay, I mean this is just automatically done. Okay, so I don't know what you mean. Well, what would a premium stop be? I don't know what you mean. There's no difference. I mean, standard premium, it doesn't matter. Are you talking options as in option trading? So again, is that an option? We don't trade options. Okay, so if that's what you mean, then we don't trade options. Okay, we don't trade options, so there's no way to correlate that. Now we have some option filters, and I haven't even looked at my option scanner right now, and I'll explain what I mean by that. Give me a moment here. That was a good one. I did foot do. I'm going to explain what I'm doing. All right, so Jesse, you might. So one of my favorite scans that I'm sharing is moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay, if you've been in the room before, you know I talk about that incessantly. Okay, so this is not trading the options. What I'm looking for are stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So for those of you who do like to trade options, these are the option filters that we have. Okay, so we've got the put call ratio. Option volume, this one is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. This is the option volume today, combined puts and calls. This is the put volume today, call volume today. This is the key one right there, option volume today percent. So in that scan that I just showed you, I will only see stocks that are trading at least 3 times normal, 300% in normal. In other words, if a stock has over the last 10 days traded, say, an average of 2,000 contracts, I won't see that stock unless it trades 6,000 contracts today. So that can maybe help you trade the options. Some people in our trading room who trade options say it's a benefit. Some say it doesn't help them at all. So I mean, I can't tell you if it's going to help you because I don't trade options, but these are the option filters that we do have. So for instance, NCTY, I'm noticing the alert came in at 1743. You can see the blue arrow right there, 1743, and it got up to 1822, and it's pulled back a little. Another crypto play, as an example. Okay, now, had you got that alert? I don't know. Maybe you look at this at your options, and you can see something, and maybe say, "Yeah, that looks good. I'd like to trade that today." I mean, I can't help you because I don't trade options. Okay, so let me explain. Can I get this time? Sugar. Okay. Just give me a moment here. Okay, good. Just give me a moment. Okay, so what you're seeing here, this is, you see this says repeating, and this is, and you see this says don't repeat, don't repeat. This is don't repeat. So this is, in fact, just give me a moment here. I'll be right back. Just give me about 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, so let me explain what you're seeing here. This is the no repeat version. Okay, so why I do this is, and why you're saying, well, works is not 466 anymore. See, I can go back in time in this, and I can say, okay, I had an alert at 9:45 for LMNL, and the price was 388. What did it do from there? Okay, so I can see right there, there was the alert, that blue arrow right there, that's showing me the alert. So at some point it got up to 418 from 388. Not terrible, okay? So this is kind of being able to go back in time to see when was the initial alert, what the time was, and what was the price, how well did it do afterwards, okay? This is the repeating version. Now, I have modified it so you don't see the symbol over and over and over again. Like, so if HRTX was making a new high, the normal, let me just show you what I'm talking about. The normal way in view mode is newest first, okay? That would mean that you would see every time HRTX, say, made a new high, I would see it over and over and over and over and over again, okay? This way, the way I've grouped it, view mode, group and sort by, when HRTX makes a new high, I will see it, but I'm not going to see the symbol over and over again, if that makes sense. Let me just show you some. Here's what I'm going to do. Configure. And you know, it's just a different way of looking at things. Okay, so hopefully I'm gonna get some. So Harry, does that make sense? So it's the same thing I've done here. They don't repeat, don't repeat. This is the first time I had the alert. Probably not. Yeah, so I don't recommend, and it's not Zach doesn't recommend. He just is, you know, he just has trades that he calls out. Guys, look at this. Look at this. I do, you know, sort of the same thing. I'm not recommending. What I do is I say, you know, guys, Tedu. I mean, if I were looking at Tedu, I'd be saying, okay, guys, I mean, if you look left, you know, if it could take out this 212 mark, what's the next left looking here is 232. I guess it has a shot. This is what I'd be looking at it to take. I mean, if we really get it rolling, I mean, it has a chance to get up to 3. So when you hear me say that, then a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll say, okay, I get what he's saying. I can see what he's saying on a chart. Maybe put a price alert at 212, and if it hits it, you know, I'm always talking about volume too. If it comes in and it's hitting it and volume is pushing it, then you can take the trade if you want, okay? I'm not going to say, okay, if this gets to 212, you should take this trade. Okay, this is not that room. I can't believe I'm not going to get... Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to relax the filters here. I just want to show you what I'm talking about. Yeah. Okay, you see how HCC, you see how it repeated itself? You see how there's 2 symbols here? And that's because every time it makes a new low, I'm going to see it. If GPK made another new high, I would see it in the list. See how you see how this is happening? UON. So that is the typical way people see things, okay? See how every time ABCL is making a new high, it's showing up. See how that's happening? But if I go to view mode, group and sort by, then I'm only going to see it the one time. I'll see it when it makes a new high, but I'm only going to see it if it makes a new high. I'm not going to see the symbol over and over and over and over again, but I will see it when it makes a real-time new high, and the time. Yeah, so all the options, let me just shut this down. All of my scans are here. Can you find my homepage tab, BJM? My homepage tab. And if you click on my homepage, which I haven't gone over at all, if you click on my homepage, this is what you should see. Now, so for those of you who want to take out a subscription right away, here's a promo code you can use. Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only. Here is the scan section though, okay? And the scan is called, I'll show you what it's called. Moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay? Now let me go over my homepage a little bit. So just to give you an idea about how much Trade Ideas does cost. We have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly, premium, and standard, okay? Annual is $22.68 a year, minus that 15%, and the standard is $10.68 a year, minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. There are some other differences, but that's the major difference between premium and standard, and why people want to take a look at our premium service. You don't have to have an annual. You want to go month to month, that's fine. Standard, $118, premium, $228. You can apply the discount, that 15% discount to the first month only. I have to emphasize it, first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. More information on my homepage. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I don't think I'll be doing a stock of the day video because I haven't done anything today, so I probably won't do one today. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing, including a facsimile, a reasonable facsimile of my layout, okay? And all the individual scans. So you don't have to take my layout, but I've got a lot of individual scans that I'm sharing, that I've created. All the education. I really think, take a look at these, just the basic features of Trade Ideas. What is a top list? What is an alert window? Introduction to the cloud, the price alerts, the introduction to the AI, which we nickname Holly, Brokerage Plus, okay? So, this is all text-based, a good primer to, get you used to or accustomed to looking at the basic features of Trade Ideas. And then after that, okay, let me back up. Let me get rid of all this. I'll start from scratch. And I'm going to click again on the education link. So the 20 lessons. Now, I don't know I'm going to just check to see who's going to be taking over. Okay, Chicago, Sean. Okay, so actually if you're into option trading, Sean is going to be in our YouTube room starting at noon when I take my break. He'll be there between 12 and 1. He's more of an options trader, so you can ask him questions about options, I suppose, and others. I mean, it's not just, you can ask him anything you want. But the daily support sessions, and this is, between 12 and 1. I take a break at noon, and I come back around 12:40. But Sean will be there between 12 and 1. We have a different trader every day. Tomorrow, especially if you have more questions about Brokerage Plus, okay, Michael Noss will be there tomorrow. And he is definitely one of our experts about using Brokerage Plus. Before I leave on my break, I'll pop the YouTube link in. Daily webinars. I doubt very much. I doubt we're going to have the webinars for the next 2 weeks during the test drive. But when we get back to a normal schedule, they are Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. All the educational videos, watch these videos, okay? Starting Trade Ideas from scratch and more videos. Okay, price alerts, getting started in depth. alert windows. I mean, we've got a lot of information here. Okay, including an AI alert, including an AI video. Back to basics. This is really good. I mean, if you're new to trading, and I mean new to trading, it starts off with what is a stock. Okay, so you know we don't teach trading so much here. I mean, we've got a scanner that helps you, you know, find interesting stocks that you might want to trade. But if you have never traded before, I mean, there's a lot to it. Okay, so I think this is a great little series that Michael created. So there is a lot of information on my home page. All you have to do is save my link. So you save my link right here, and then you can look at all my scans, you can look at all that training whenever you want to. And again, I'm here every day, I shouldn't say it like that, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. This is not special because it's a test drive. And we have the YouTube room again between 12 and 1 with another trader takes over. So we have a lot of support for the product. No zip file, no. So it's on my homepage, Nabil. It's on my homepage. I'll put the link in. It's not the Trade Ideas homepage. But I'll put the link in. See, it's in this tab. That's why I created it. So I don't have to keep doing this all day long, but that's okay. I'll do it. Okay? But my homepage, there it is, my homepage, Barry's homepage, if you can see it. So when you click on it, there is the link. Right there. But I popped the link in. And then just go to the scan section. And the reason I don't, listen, the reason I created this home page is, I try to put as much information in here that I think most people want. There's the trade of the week, obviously how to take out a subscription, the stock of the day video, all my scans and all the education. Okay, so it saves me from having to, post link after link after link after link after link all day long. If you can find my homepage link, then you can look at all this whenever you want to. Okay, guys. Now, have I caught up? If I haven't caught up to all of the questions, I apologize. Maybe just repost your question. I'm just kind of... Yeah, that's just going to come with experience, Batty Ann. Being too greedy. Just experience. There's nothing I can say, yes, do this. Now, here's another thing when we're talking about the simulation. When you're in the simulator, and here's the harsh reality. If you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to trade, okay? Just forget about it. If you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to trade with your live account. Number one. Number two, if you can make money in the simulator, it's no guarantee you're going to make money once you are trading your live account. Okay, I'm not trying to be super negative, but that is reality. Well, that's why we say to practice, practice, practice. Now, you can also use this to practice swing trading. I'm going to get out of this trade right now. These are some hotkeys we have. Flatten. Gets you out of half your trade. Flatten gets you out of a trade. Half is half your trade or double. Now notice, so I got out of this trade with a $3 loss. At one point I could have been up $32. So, but if I didn't get out of this trade at the end of the day, then it would carry forward. So you can practice swing trading using the simulator also. Now, one of the things I like to do is I like to have these three columns: the today's profit, max P&L, and the distance from the exit price. This can give you a, just a second, one of my headset is just dying on me. I have to switch. Just give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys. Just having fiddling around with my headset here. Just give me a moment. All right, I'm back. Yeah, so again, if before you start trading, please use the simulator, practice trading. Now, you get a question like, well, how long is it going to take me? Impossible to answer. Depends how much work you put into it. Some people get it faster than others. Unfortunately, some people never get it. And again, I'm not trying to be super negative, but that's just reality. Trading is not easy. A lot of, once you start trading, in the simulator, it's just play money, right? But how I always like to phrase it though is treat it like it is your real money. We start off with I think we give you $100,000 to play with. But if you've got a $10,000 account, don't be taking 10,000 shares of Kindy, in the simulator. I don't understand your question, Kang. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. Well, I know you're just doing this tongue in cheek, but all right, guys. Well, maybe I can actually take a look at something now. I'll be taking my break pretty soon. Yeah, so I got we do have an off topic. Okay, we do have an off topic. So just there are very few rules in the well, we have a stocks only tab, and that's where we just talk about stocks. I mean, a specific stock. Most everything else will be off topic. Okay. Tech support is now. It's not. I mean, I can help to a certain extent. If I can't help, then I'll send you to our true tech support. Okay. I've got my homepage again here with my link. Subscriptions, another one here. All right. Obviously, we don't pump in the room. We don't talk about how much money we made. We don't talk about how many shares we take. Okay? And that's really it. So NAUT, let's see NAUT. So this is kind of an interesting one, guys. So this is from the options scanner, okay? So this is my thought process all the time. So I say, great. I get an alert 8:04, basically the high of the day. First step, I look left. I want to see where could it go before it hits the next high. So I see 8:38. I check to see where the 200-day, it hasn't traded enough, so there's no 200-day. So I look at that and go, I mean, look, if it went from 806 and got up to 838, I mean, obviously that'd be a nice percentage move. I wish that weren't there. I wish the next high looking left was way up here at 12, as an example. So does that mean I won't take the trade? Not necessarily, but I don't expect a lot. All right, I think I'm actually caught up with all the questions, guys. Again, so just before I take my break, I just want to make sure. Well, when you say remember, we're a scanner, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay, when you say in, you're talking about, and again, this is why I really want to emphasize it. This is an option to use, okay, this Brokerage Plus window. Not mandatory. It just happens to be a feature that if you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, you can use this. Not mandatory to use for trade ideas. Okay? Not mandatory at all. I don't use it. Okay? When I trade, because typically what I do is I am demonstrating the simulator in action all day long. No way am I going to try to toggle back and forth between my real account and the simulator, not doing what I do. You got to have total concentration. So when I trade, I'm trading from within my Interactive Brokers account. If I had a Thinkorswim account, I'd be trading from within my Thinkorswim account. Okay? Does that make sense? This is just a feature we have. It's nice if you happen to have an IB retrade account, but not mandatory at all. We're a scanner first and foremost. You can use it. You can use us with any broker you want. So shoes, does that make sense? I still don't understand your question. I mean, I'm sharing my scans, so when you get an alert, okay, and you're checking the charts here, or you can link to Thinkorswim and you check the charts there if you want, okay. If you want to trade it, then you just trade it within Thinkorswim. I mean, I don't know how. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is. This is not like my scanners are not linked to Interactive Brokers or linked to E-Trade. It's just a scanner. All right, guys, I'm going to put this in here just to get, oops, what happened? I'm not leaving quite yet. I'm just waiting for Sean to show up in our YouTube room. And I'll take a little break. I come back into this room, into the main trading room. Okay, Sean. Okay. I see you there, man. Well, okay, Jesse, when you say this account you see here, what, well, the account, this is a simulation, this is a simulated account, but you can connect, you see where it says live underneath underneath Brokerage Plus, the options, you have live and simulation. So I'm in simulation mode. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you know, there's a video that I popped in, shows you how you connect, and then you can go live, then you can trade. But right now, I mean, what you're seeing here is the simulator. So when you say the account is strictly a simulated trading account, in here, yes. Okay, okay, good, you understand. Let me just pop that video in, okay? Or the link to 2 videos. And that is the Brokerage Plus. Okay, so there are 2 videos. The first video, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, shows you how you can connect and then use this window to trade. The second video is about 26 minutes long, goes into like a lot more detail. Okay, the sort of things you can do. Whoa, sorry. This room has been like this, where I share my screen and I'm live on the mic since October of 2015. We had another room before that was just text based. It was live, but I wasn't sharing my screen and I wasn't talking on a mic. If you had to choose one video to watch first, what would you recommend? Well, for what? You mean to learn about trade ideas, Jesse? I would watch the Getting Started. So if you go to my homepage, okay, yeah. So if you go to my homepage, I just put the link in. If you go to my homepage, and then go to the education section, and again, you can save my link, like save that my Barry's homepage. Save that link. Lots of information, right? All the education and my scans. But I would probably, I mean, listen, I would take a glance at the 20 lessons. Sean, who's going to be taking over for me in the YouTube room, he created it, did a great job. You know, what is a top list? What is an alert window? How to create them. But then you can scroll down further to the education videos and probably the Getting Started. I mean, Getting Started right here. Starting trade ideas from scratch. Can't go wrong. Okay, Sean, I'll stop streaming now. Have fun. Okay, Sean, I'll stop streaming now.
Well, thank you, Barry. Thanks for that handoff. Thanks for the kudos about the 20 lessons page. As Barry mentioned, the 20 lessons in 20 days page is definitely a great place to go to get quickly started with the software. They're just a bunch of simple lessons, easy to incorporate with little videos. They don't have any audio, but oops, hold on. The videos don't have any audio, but you don't need audio. They're just little demonstrations of the text that you see on the lessons page. So as Barry said, my name is Sean, Chicago Sean on Twitter, if you know me there, or if you'd like to know me there, you can follow me on Twitter. I will be your host here for the next hour. And I know there's a lot of new people here taking the test drive. And so for those of you who are unawares, if this is your first time here, we do live Q&As just like this every trading day, starting at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We have a rotating cast of characters that host the calls. I typically host them on Monday. Michael Noss typically hosts on Tuesday. Steve Gomez on Wednesday. Jamie Hodge on Thursday. And Andy Lindloff rounds out the week by hosting Fridays. Now, sometimes we switch it up. Guys go on vacation. Guys are traveling for work. So sometimes we'll have Chris Varley mix in. He does a great job filling in for people. But the point is, we do this every day. Obviously, we're going to be doing this every day during the test drive, and we do it every day, every trading day, all year long. So whenever you have questions about trade ideas, this is a great place to come and get those questions answered because we can demo live on the screen everything that we're talking about to really show you what's going on and how you can get up and going quickly. So since today is day one of our 2-week test drive, we are going to really cover some basics here. I've seen a lot of questions coming in already this morning into our support from people who are, maybe a little overwhelmed by the software. Understandably so, right? Anytime you look at software for the first time, it's going to be overwhelming, whether it's your trading platform, whether it's a super easy to use mobile app like Robinhood. Even that had a learning curve when you got started. So Trade Ideas is no different in that regard. And there's a reason why it's a 2-week test drive and not a 1-day test drive. The reason is we don't expect you to figure out how to do everything in the first day. That is not the expectation. That should not be your expectation. We hope that you will kick the tires of the platform over the next 10 trading days and learn things as you go. Okay, you're not going to learn it all on day one. You're going to have to click some buttons, see some different layouts, play around with some different things, make some mistakes, all of the above. It generally takes people a couple of weeks to really get comfortable with the platform. So that is why we offer this test drive for 2 full weeks. Apologize as I take a sip of coffee there. I'm in the mountain time zone, so it's still morning where I'm at, 10 a.m. where I am. And so I've seen a couple questions coming in from people who just kind of are overwhelmed and don't know where to start. So what I want to do here is, you're looking at my layout right now. This is kind of the main layout that I use throughout the day to monitor the things that I like to monitor and monitor my open positions and things like that. This is a unique layout that I've created. Nobody else has access to this, although I could share it, but nobody has this. This is something I created, and that's the beauty of Trade Ideas. You could build your own layouts to have what you need, everything you need, and nothing you don't, right? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just clear my screen. I'm going to go up in my TI menu bar that's up here on the top. I'm going to go to the Windows option, and I'm going to close all. Now check that out. I've just wiped out all my Trade Ideas screens. All I've got left is just my Trade Ideas menu bar. And while I'm here, in case anyone's asking, you might notice I'm using Amazon Workspaces. I know we've got a lot of Mac customers out there. And Mac customers might be frustrated that we don't have a downloadable version for Macintosh. We only have downloadable version for Windows. But guess what, everybody? I'm on a Mac right now. I'm using my Mac. The way I run Windows on my Mac is by using Amazon Workspaces. It costs me $30 a month. And I've got basically a Windows machine that runs on my Mac. It's pretty awesome. I've been using it for about a year now, and works better than the old PC that I used to have. So enough about that. So for any of you who are Mac users, check out Amazon Workspace. It's pretty awesome. All right, so let's start from the beginning here. Now, the easiest way to really get started and to load a layout is in your TI menu bar. You start with the New button. Okay, you click New. These are all the different windows that you are able to open within Trade Ideas. Basically, every feature within Trade Ideas you can see right here. Now, I'm going to start by opening a channel bar. The channel bar launches right here. And again, this is for the first timers, but you'll notice that if I stretch this out a little bit, all these little buttons here are different channels. They are basically pre-configured layouts that anyone can use, and they load exactly the same for everybody. Okay? They are not customizable. Now you could take them and change, and I'll show you how to do that in a minute, but basically these are all pre-configured layouts. If I click on, let's say, the Strength Alerts channel, that's going to open up a layout. And in this case, it's the Strength Alerts layout. For those of you who might know about Strength Alerts, this is available to all subscribers to Trade Ideas, which is a great little service. But you can see it's a little layout. I got a couple charts. I got a single stock window. Has a lot of data points about the stock. And I got a couple top lists. And we'll get into what these things are in a second. But the channel bar is a great place for people who maybe you don't know what you want with Trade Ideas, or you don't know what you need, or you don't know what's available. Well, there's a whole bunch of channels here. You can click around and just see different things that the software can do. Now, there's nothing magic about any one of these layouts, okay? And there's a lot of overlap between a lot of these layouts. But they're just, great places to get an idea and see different features. Like one thing I would encourage everybody to use is the pre-market channel. We got it already built for you. I always go here before the market opens every morning just to see if I stretch these windows out a little bit, and you could always move windows around and stretch them out. So these are all the biggest gappers this morning. So this is the stocks that had the biggest opening gap higher. So this is GNOG. Here's the daily chart. It gapped up. It went out as a $12 stock on Friday, and it opened up today as an $18 stock. So that was a 48% gap you can see right here. So these are all the stocks that had the biggest gaps higher at the open, and down here, these are the down gappers. These are all stocks that had the biggest down gap. So ATER, went out on Friday at $8 or so, opened today at below $5. Ugly, right? So the channels are a great way to create some layouts, or to look at some layouts and see what's possible. And one of the cool things is, and maybe I'm jumping out ahead, I don't really have a plan here what I'm going to talk about, but if there's something on any channel that you like, a particular window, let's say that you see this multi-strategy window right here. What's a multi-strategy window? It's got a little M there in the upper left. What does that mean? You know what? I'm jumping ahead of myself. I don't want to confuse you people. It's a combination of multiple alert windows, but we haven't talked about alert windows yet, so let me back up. Let's say you like this upgapper's top list. And this is a little window here that you like and you want to incorporate into one of your own custom layouts that you'll eventually use. Well, one great thing is every Trade Ideas subscriber has a free cloud account. You could save any number of things to your cloud. You have unlimited storage space and it'll never be lost. And you can always access it from anywhere you are, wherever you log in the Trade Ideas, whether you're on your home computer, whether you're traveling and you're on a laptop, whether you're at somebody else's office and you log into their computer and you log into Trade Ideas, you'll always have access to your cloud and you'll always be able to open up any of your layouts or any of your saved windows. So anyway, let's say I really liked this top list and I wanted to save it. I would just right click in the window, hit Save or Share to Cloud. And here's the name of it right there. I'm going to delete all the timestamps in there. I don't care about that. I just want to give it a name called the Upgappers. And then I hit Save, and that window is in my cloud. So why is that important? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close all my windows down again, and we're going to build a layout from scratch. So I'm going to go up to my menu bar up here, hit Close All, and I'm going to close all my windows. And by the way, guys, I see you guys chatting in the in the questions panel. I'm not ignoring you, at least not yet. Or maybe I am a little bit, but I will get to your questions if there are questions in there. Let me just kind of go through some of this early basic stuff here. All right, so let's build a layout from scratch. The first thing I'm going to do is that once again, I'm going to go to the new button. And this is me personally, but I always start with a channel bar. I just like to have channel bars open for easy reference. And I like to keep them over here along the left-hand side. I mean, you could make them look any way you want. I think you could stretch this out, make it kind of like square and weird, but I don't like that. I just like to keep it along the side. Okay, so channel bar. Great. Now, next thing I want is a single stock window. So if I go to new and go single stock window, this is just like an information window. This is where you can get all kinds of data points about whatever stock you're looking at. So if I type in, I don't know, Facebook, I could see a whole bunch of data points. All of these data points, by the way, are customizable. This is just how it defaults for me. But if I wanted to change any of these data points, I would just right click in here, go to configure, and in this search terms box, well, you could hunt and peck if you want. You could scroll through and see all the different filters you could choose from. That's kind of a pain in the butt. There's a lot of stuff in there. There's hundreds of things. But if there's something in particular you're looking for, maybe market cap, you just type in the keywords there in the search terms box right there. You find market cap, you highlight it, you hit show column in this case, and then it's going to be in here somewhere. There it is. Left-hand side are all my selected data points. On the right-hand side are things I can add. If I want to add any more, just left arrow over. Anyway, I hit OK. And now you'll notice I got market cap showing right here in my window. So this is a single stock window, and it has a number of tabs in here. We have a news tab. You know, it's not a news alerting, but it gives you, you know, some of the more recent headlines, more notable headlines for a stock. You can go to the profile tab and learn about the business. You can learn the business summary, what sectors and subsectors it's in. We have an insiders tab where you can see insider trading action, which is pretty cool. And then the similar tab will show you stocks that are, we got a little toggle here. You can see competitors. These are companies that compete with Facebook in various things. Or you could toggle out the price action, stocks that are trading similar to Facebook, which is pretty cool. But anyway, let's go back to the detail. We'll just kind of move this over here. We'll house that right there. Okay, next up, I want to add a couple charts, right? We love to have charts on the screen. I don't like to trade blind. So I'm going to go ahead and hit new, and I'm going to select a chart window right there. It's going to launch a chart window. It kind of just defaults to a daily chart. This is a daily chart right here. But I could change the time frames. If I right click and do time frame, let's say a 5-minute chart. This is an intraday chart. Now, you might be wondering, what are all these vertical colors here? Well, in this case, we're looking at QQQ. In this case, you're looking at this white area here is Friday's session, so the previous day's trading session. The purple area is the after hours trading. This peach area was this morning's pre-market session, and then back to white, which is today. Now, these blue and red things are just little data points, and I'm going to pull that out in a second. But this is just for swing traders who might be looking at a swing trade. We have some suggested stop loss levels and a suggested profit target level based on an algorithm that is based on support, resistance, and things like that. I don't know the whole soup that goes into it. But I'm going to clean this chart up a little bit. I don't like seeing the intraday or the after hours and pre-market. So if I right-click in this chart and go to properties, I can see how it says show pre-market, show post-market, and I got them checked. I'm going to uncheck both of those. I got to do it twice. Properties and unshow pre-market. Okay. And then I'm going to get rid of these smart stop, smart profit. I don't use them. I don't like them. That's not that I don't like them. I just don't use them. And I just think they're messy. So I could turn that off by going to properties and see where it says show smart risk levels. I just turn that off. Okay. Now I got a nice clean 5-minute chart. If I want to open up another chart, if I want to open up a daily chart, I could have more charts on here. I'll just go here in new and hit another channel chart window. There we go. Maybe I'll move this over here. And this is a daily chart. I'm going to clean up what we saw before. I don't want to have those risk levels. There we go. Okay, now I can resize these charts, of course. I can make them bigger, smaller, whatever I want. Now, one thing you'll notice is that these charts, by default, when you launch them, they are linked. So what does that mean? Well, if I go into, say, a single stock window right here that I have open, if I type in a new symbol, let's type in, I don't know, Intel, INTC. You'll notice that my chart's updated. Now we're looking at an Intel chart. You can see the watermark there in the background. It's a 5-minute chart and a daily chart. If I type in another symbol, let's say, I don't know, Honeywell, H-O-N. Now we got a Honeywell chart. So these charts are linked by default. And when we open up more windows, you'll see anytime you click on a symbol anywhere on the platform, the single stock window and the charts will all update to that symbol. All right, and now let me just open up a third chart just for demonstration purposes, because I want to show you could also have a static chart, okay? So maybe you like to have a chart that only shows the S&P 500, because you just like to know what's going on with the market. Maybe we'll change the time frame to, I don't know, do a 1-minute chart. Okay, so here's a 1-minute chart of the S&P. Again, I'm going to clean up these risk levels. I don't like that stuff. Okay, so here's an intraday 1-minute chart. Now I'm going to do a couple of things here. I'm going to make it look different. I'm going to put this into dark mode. So if I go to, where is it? Oh, dark theme right there. So properties, see dark theme? I could choose that, and this will make this chart black. So this is one way that I can know that this is a different symbol. And then the last thing I have to do is I have to unlink the chart. So if I right click and go to properties and see where it says symbol linking, and there's a little check next to it. If I click on it, that will unlink the symbol. So we're looking at a SPY chart here. We're also looking at SPY charts up here, but let me just change the symbol. Let's go to Apple, and you'll notice these two charts changed to Apple, but this one is still a SPY chart. See, that says SPY at the top. I don't know if it might be kind of hard to read the watermark when you have black mode on or dark mode, but that symbol, this will always stay the same. This is something that I do on my layout. I like to have a SPY chart up. I just want to know what the overall market's doing, because look, the reality is when the markets are up, a lot of stocks tend to go up. And when the market's going down, a lot of stocks tend to go down. That's just the way I like to do it. Okay, now I'm going to dig into a couple more of the basics. And digital business strategies, I see you asking about auto trading. I'm not sure we're going to get to that just yet. We might a little bit later. This is day one, first Q&A of the test drive. So I really want to cover the basics here. So we may not get to the auto trading just yet, whoever digital business strategies is, but hang tight. We might have some time here at the end, at the top of the hour. All right, so let's cover some of the basics. The basic building blocks of trade ideas. A little bit of history here. For those of you who are completely new, Trade Ideas has been around since 2003. So what is that? 18 years we've been in business now. And when Trade Ideas started, we didn't have channel bars. We didn't even have charts. We didn't have a lot of things. All we really had was a top list and an alert window. Those were the basic building blocks of Trade Ideas. So let's start with a top list. Start at the beginning. So right here, top list window. I'm going to add this. I'm going to click this to open this up. And this brings us to a config window. And on the upper left, I'm going to hit start from scratch, because we're going to build something completely from scratch. Okay. Now, once you've done that, you go over to the search tab here, and this is kind of where all the magic happens. Now, we touched on this a little bit in the single stock window, but you'll notice here, these are all the filters that Trade Ideas has available. There are hundreds of them, okay? We don't expect you to hunt and peck in here looking for all the things that are important to you. We just want you to use the search terms box. That's a heck of a lot easier. So let's build a basic top list that shows me all stocks that are up on the day and are, let's say, trading above their 200-day moving average. A really basic scan, nothing special here, but I just want to show you how you can add little features to really drill down into the stocks you like. So first thing, search terms box, I'm going to type in price, because I like to start with price. You might be different, and that's totally fine, but me, I don't like to trade penny stocks. I'm not good at it. It's too fast for me. I've been trading for too long. I'm too old. Trading penny stocks is a young man's game. I can't do it. All right. So I'm going to start with price filter. I typed in price. I can see price right here. I mean, basically any filter that has price related to it, it's going to show up here. But the basic price filter is right up there at the top. I just highlight it and I hit add filter. When I hit add filter, we move over one tab to the Windows specific filters tab, and price is highlighted right there at the top. I'm going to put in a minimum price of $10. Your minimum price might be 5. Your minimum price might be 20. Doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want. But I'm going to set a minimum price of 10 bucks. I'm not going to set a maximum. I could. Like maybe I don't want to trade the Amazons of the world or the any other high price stock, the Teslas of the world, right? Maybe I just want to trade stocks under 100 bucks a share. I could do that, right? I could set that window. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and hit hide unused here in the bottom left just to clean up my window. I'm only interested in looking at the filters that I've set. Right now it's just price. Now if I want to add another filter, let's go back to the search tab. Okay. The next filter I like to use is relative volume. Actually, no, wait. Let's do something different. Let's do market cap. We'll come back to relative volume. Market cap. So I type in market and I can see a bunch of market related filters. Here's market cap. Let's add that filter. You know, maybe I want to trade big cap stocks and I want to trade a minimum of I don't know. Let's call it 500 million. Well, even that's big, right? Even that's small, right? Let's do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That's a billion. I could check my work by clicking this little show me button right here. There we go. Show me stocks where the market cap is at least, in this case, 1 billion. Okay, great. So I got price in there. I got market cap. Oh, I know the other thing I like to do. Let's type in volume. I don't know about you guys, but I only like to trade stocks that have a good amount of average daily volume. I don't want to trade a stock that, as they like to say in the business, only trades by appointment, right? I want stocks that have volume. So if I choose this average daily volume filter 3M, 3M stands for 3 months. That's the longest data range we go with. 3 months, add this filter. I might set my minimum at, let's say 500,000. Right, so on a typical trading day, I want this stock, any stock that hits this screen, to trade at least 500,000 shares on average every day. All right, now go back to search tab. The last thing I'm going to add, and it's related to volume right here, is it's relative volume. This is a filter that I love. A lot of traders use it. Just be aware that it doesn't work in the pre-market session. But what relative volume does is it's a filter that basically it's a ratio score. If I put like say 3 as the minimum for relative volume, that means that this stock right now at this moment in time has to be on pace to trade 3 times its average daily volume. So it's one thing to have a stock that has an average, minimum average daily volume, but a lot of active day traders especially, they want to only trade the names that are trading more than usual for whatever reason. Maybe they're in the news, maybe they had earnings, maybe there's a special event, whatever. But they want to trade stocks that are trading more than normal, because when that is happening, typically there's emotional money involved, and that's an edge that smart traders can exploit. But if at any time when you're in here and you're looking at these filters and you find something, you come across something that you're not sure what it is, you're not sure what it does, you're not sure how it's calculated, you want to know what the inputs and outputs are, whatever, you have questions, what you do is you highlight the filter like I've done here, and then you go down and hit this little help button that's hiding in plain sight right there. Just click help. What it's going to do is it's going to launch a web browser, and once it fully loads, it'll go right to the definition of that particular filter, and it'll be right there at the top. So here it is, relative volume. And you see a very robust definition of what this filter is doing. So that's a great resource for anybody who's unsure about what a filter does. All you do is just simply highlight it, click help, and that'll launch our help page. So I'm going to add relative volume. I explained what it does a little bit. I'm going to set a minimum score of, say, we'll just keep it light. We'll say 2.0. So basically what that means is I only want to see stocks that right now are on pace to trade 2 times their average daily volume. Now, I've added some filters here. Oh, at the top, we said we wanted to trade stocks that were up on the day and trading above their 200-day moving average. Because, maybe I'm a long swing trader. I like to trade on the long side. And yeah, that's what I like. So let's do this. Let's add 2 more filters. Let's do, let's see, change from close. So we'll type in change. There's a bunch of change filters here. If I choose change from close, %, this is change from the previous day's close. If I add this filter and I set a minimum of 0, then that means the stock has to be, at a minimum, has to be up on the day. That's data point number 1. Let's go back to the search tab for one more data point. And let's choose SMA, which stands for simple moving average. And if I got right up here, change from 200-day SMA, the 200-day simple moving average, if I add this filter and set the minimum at 0, then now we're only going to see stocks that are above their 200-day moving average and are positive on the day. Now here's the thing about top list windows. Only stocks that satisfy every single one of your filters will appear in this window once we launch. Okay? It can't just, satisfy the price filter and the market cap filter, but not the average daily volume filter. It has to satisfy all, in this case, all 6 filters in order for you to see the stock. And this is very, very powerful. The more filters you add and the tighter the parameters you make them, the fewer symbols you'll ultimately have appear in your top list window. And that's a very good thing. Listen, guys and girls, there's 8,000 tradable securities in the US and Canada. You can't possibly be up to the minute on every single one of them. I don't care who you are. You could be Michael Burry from The Big Short. You're not up to the minute on 8,000 stocks. I'm sorry. So the top list makes your job easier by filtering out the stocks you definitely don't want to be trading, definitely don't have an interest in for whatever reason. Okay? So the more filters you add, the tighter the parameters, the smaller the list. And guys, I don't know about you, but I like a small list. I want 5 or 6 names that I can trade. I can keep tabs on 5 or 6 names, maybe 10 names, right? That's a great universe for me. You might be different, and that's fine. But the thing you need to know about top list is it refreshes every 30 seconds. So it'll scan the entire marketplace every 30 seconds and deliver in the window all the stocks that satisfy, in this case, these 6 filters. All right, so let's launch this. But before I launch it real quick, let me just go through these other tabs real fast. Exchanges tab always defaults to the big 4 exchanges, the New York Stock Exchange, NASDAQ, etc. If you want to venture further afield, you could scan against the pink sheets and the bulletin board stocks, the BATS exchange, the small exchange, and then we have a couple Toronto Canadian exchanges here. All of those are available. I tend to just stick with the big 4 exchanges. That works for me. That works for most. We won't worry about symbol lists for now. Columns, this is important. You're going to want to have data once you launch that window. You want to have things to look at. So I'm going to just go ahead and select. These are all the filters that we added. I'm just going to highlight them all and just arrow them over. And now they come over here. So these are all the columns that will appear once we launch our window. And then I'm going to go to the summary tab and just kind of review our work. This shows you all the filters we have. I'm going to name this window. We're going to say above SMA, up on day. I could call this anything I want, right? But I'm just going to give it a name. Above SMA, up on day. I'm going to hit OK. And this is going to launch the top list window. There it goes. I'm just going to move it over here. I could resize it, stretch it out however I want. If I can grab it, there we go. And there we go. Now I have a top list. I've got a number of stocks in here. All of these stocks are the only stocks right now that meet the criteria that we had set. And you'll notice a timestamp up here. Okay, it's the 10 o'clock hour where I'm at. I'm in the Mountain Time Zone. And this will refresh every 30 seconds. Now, depending on the filters you have, you might not see a whole lot of change from update to update. But just know that it does refresh every 30 seconds, and whatever stocks satisfy those requirements will be there. And in this case, sorted by relative volume. I have this sorted by the relative volume column, but I could sort by anything. I could sort by the change from close. If I double click on the header here, looks like Riot is the one that's up the most. By the way, did you notice when I click on these symbols, the charts update, or at least these two, because these are linked, and the single start window, they all updated, but this chart here, the SPY chart, stayed the same, because remember we had that unlinked. So that's how we build a top list. If anyone has any questions about the top list, go ahead and throw them in the questions panel, and I'll be sure to back it up. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is the second basic building block of trade ideas, and that is the alert window. So the alert window basically takes a top list and soups it up. it adds one additional but very important step, and that is it adds a real-time alerting trigger. So let me demonstrate what I mean. I'm going to open up an alert window. So I'm going to go to my TI menu bar up at the top. I'm going to hit New. I'm going to open up an alert window. And this will bring up the configurations first. Much like the top list, looks a lot the same. I'm going to hit Start from Scratch. And I'm going to go to the Search tab. This is where all the magic happens. Now, let's create an alert window where we'll just do a real basic one. Let's get alerted anytime a stock makes a new intraday high, okay? We'll use a lot of the same filters we used in our top list, but this time we'll build one where we get alerted anytime one of these stocks makes a new high. Because let me back up a sec. This top list right here that we built, again, it's only showing me stocks that satisfy my filter requirements. It doesn't mean there's anything happening right now, right? I could click on that TSN symbol and look at the chart, and the stock could just be trading sideways for the last hour. Nothing going on, right? So it doesn't mean there's anything actionable. Oops, excuse me. It doesn't mean there's anything actionable at the moment. It just means that these stocks satisfy. But an alert window can tell you that there's something actionable. So let's build an alert window where we're getting alerted on stocks making new highs. So as you'll notice, we can scroll through here. There's a whole bunch of alerts and a whole bunch of filters. Right? Again, we don't expect you to hunt and peck through the whole thing. But if you go to the search terms box and type in new high, you'll find our new high alerts. I'm just going to choose the basic new high alert right there. I'm going to select it. I'm going to hit add alert. And then that brings us up to this new tab here. It's a select alerts tab. You can see new high is highlighted. I'll put a check in the box, and that is the alert that's activated. I could have multiple alerts activated in a window, by the way, but I'm just going to I just have the new high selected right now. Okay, now to the right, you'll notice there's an empty, what we call a qualifier box. This is where you essentially describe the type of new high you want. If I put a number in here, let's say I put a 20, then I'm going to get alerted anytime a stock makes a 20-day high. Okay? If I put 100, it'll be a 100-day high, right? But if I leave it empty, then this is going to alert me anytime a stock makes an intraday high, and that's what we wanted. Okay, great. So we got our new high selected. Now we need to add some filters, because right now if I go to the Windows Specific Filters tab, I've got nothing active here, right? So let's go back to the Search tab. This is where all the magic happens, like I said, and we'll go through this quickly because I did this with the top list, but I'll type in some basic filters. We'll do price. We'll set a minimum of 10, a maximum of 100. Well, in this case, let's do 1,000. I'm going to go back to the Search tab to add more filters. I'm going through this quickly, guys, so apologize, but you know, in the interest of moving along. Average daily volume, 500,000. We want, let's see, the simple moving average we said, right? We want stock to be above its 200 day. Where was that? Here it is. Nope, it's bars. Percent. Add filter. We'll set a minimum of 0. We'll do relative. Well, yeah, we want to do volume. A couple of volume filters, and then we'll stop there. So average daily volume. Oh, we already did that one. Let's add relative volume. Important one. I think it's an important one. We'll add. Let's say 3.0. Okay. I could keep adding filters, but let's just move along. This will get us started. So let's check my, let's go to my columns just to set this up so I know how it's going to look. I could add any of these data points. I'm just going to add the filters that I added. Here we go. There are all the filters, which will be columns. Here's my summary. We'll call this intraday new highs. So there's the name. That's the alert, and those are the filters. I'm going to go ahead and hit OK and launch this alert window. So now you'll notice this window looks a little bit like a top list, but it's very different. One major place where it's different is you have this timestamp column right here. Because with this is a real-time window. So the very moment this BNTX traded an intraday high, and there it is, here's the 5-minute chart. Look at that. Stock is breaking higher today, looking good. And the moment it most recently printed a new high, we got the alert. So at 35 and 13 seconds. Okay, now if we just sit here for a little bit and wait, you'll see more alerts come in. as they happen. Now, if you have very few filters set up in your alert window, an alert window can run really, really fast. Like for example, if you have like no filters, but you are getting alerted on any stock making a new intraday high, and it's one of those days where the markets are just screaming higher, just rolling higher all day, then you're going to have an alert window that's just running 100 miles an hour, because not only are so many stocks making new intraday highs all day, but you're getting alerted every time they do it. I mean, perfect example, we got 2 alerts here for BNTX. In this case, they are 3 minutes apart, but if a stock like say Amazon goes up $2, and those are new highs for the day, a $2 move in Amazon is not all that impressive, right? I mean, what does that stock trade at now? It trades at $3,300 a share, right? So if Amazon moves up $2, that's barely a blip. But if it traded up $2 and did it in increments of 1 penny the whole way, you could get 200 alerts in Amazon. Now, there are ways to slow that down, and I highly recommend it. If you right-click in this alert window and you go to Properties and you go to Don't Repeat, you could slow it down where you could have a symbol, not have multiple alerts for the same, for at least 1 minute or 5 minutes. You might want to play around with it to figure it out. But this is something that I would recommend, especially if you're a day trader and you're looking at intraday alerts. You don't need to be alerted about the same stock 20 times in 1 minute. Just, throw a little governor on it to slow it down. Highly recommend that. So guys, topless and alert window are really the biggest basic building blocks to trade at. Is if you get nothing out of our software, I hope that you would at least make regular use of topless and alert windows. Okay. Now, we haven't even gotten into the AI. We haven't even gotten into building your own strategies and Brokerage Plus. We probably won't get there today. There's so much more the software can do. But if nothing else, you got to get comfortable building topless and alert windows, because they make your life as a trader so much easier. Okay? Remember, I told you before, there's 8,000 securities in North America that we have data for that you can trade. Okay, but you can't possibly be kept up to date on all of them in real time. So a good best practice for all of you is to at least build one top list and build some filters that filter out the stocks that you're not going to trade. Like maybe you're not going to day trade a stock like Amazon that's $3,300 a share. That's fine, right? Build that filter in. Or you might only like to trade stocks that are heavily short. Like they have a high short float, right? Well, you can put that filter in. You might only be interested in trading stocks that are in an uptrend, right? Because you like to have the trend to be your friend. Well, you can set filters that only show you stocks that are up over a specific time period. So the more filters you add, it's so important. But I keep repeating it, but it's so important. The more filters you add, the more streamlined your window is going to become. Every once in a while, we come across a customer who builds a top list and he's frustrated that he's missing something because his top list is showing him 2,000 stocks. Well, you got to streamline. You got to figure out where you can cut the fat, because there's only a certain type of stock or certain types of setups you like to trade. And you might not know what those setups are right now, by the way. I should say that up front. I know a lot of you are new to trading, brand new, and that's great. Welcome. We're glad you're here. So you might still be trying to figure out what it is that you like, but once you dial that in, the top list is so powerful. If for no other reason, let's say at the end of the trading day, the market's closed, but you got your top list that shows all the stocks at the end of the day, whatever the parameters were at the end of the day. Hey, there's maybe if you got 20 stocks in there, those are the 20 charts you cycle through at the end of the night, and that's where you build your trading list for the next trading day. Okay, I mean, there's so many different ways to use it. Okay, Awesome Potamus asks, can I filter an industry? I don't like to trade emerging phase 1 to 3 biotech. There is no way to filter by industry, I don't believe. Let me, where'd my mouse go? Huh, the battery on my mouse just went out, but I got another one, so that's all right. Let me right click in here, go to configure, search. I don't believe you have industry filter. I could be wrong, but I don't believe we do. No, there is no way to filter by industries. Now, that doesn't mean it can't be done. It just takes a little bit more legwork. What you can do if you want to filter out industries is you would have to build a list of stocks that you don't want to see. So let's say you don't want to trade biotech stocks or a certain type of biotech stock, right? Well, you need to have that list of stocks that you don't want. And that's where some legwork comes in on your part. You can probably do a quick internet search. You can go to FinViz or something like that and find the 20 or 30 stocks that you definitely don't want to trade. And then you could build a symbol list, okay? And once you've got a symbol list, I'm jumping ahead here, but once you've created a symbol list, you can go to the symbol list tab here in your top list config and click this add existing list. Any symbol list that you create would be in here. Let's say I created this girl power symbol list, right? I could click on it and now it'll show up here and I could select that box. And now my scan defaults to only scanning that list, or I could exclude that list. So in your case, you would do exclude the following lists. So if you had a list of biotechs you didn't want to trade, you would create that list. And then in the symbol list tab, you would set the scan to exclude the following list. So I know that's not the perfect answer for you, awesome potamus, but that is the way it can be done. And that's true for a lot of things with trade ideas, guys. There's a lot of things that people ask for that you might not be able to do immediately right out of the box with a simple click of the button, but with a little workaround, it could be accomplished. Which I will point out that one way to help with those things is always, I'll remind you, we do these live Q&As every trading day at noon Eastern. So a good place to come is to come right here, ask the questions here, and we can walk through right on the screen how to do it. Or you could always go to our website, trade-ideas.com, and during business hours, regular business hours, you can hit us up in the live chat and we'll do our best to help you there. Or you could send us an email, which is probably the best way, because that way we can give you a well thought out, appropriate answer from the right person. I'm going to put the email address here in the chat, info@trade-ideas.com. That's the best place to ask questions. You could send those in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And generally speaking, you can expect a response pretty quickly, especially during US business hours. But even during off hours, overnights, or weekends, you might get a response quickly. We do have some teammates who work on the other side of the globe who help out during those hours. So always a great place to get good questions. Digital business strategies. Is this session recorded? No, it is not. We do not record our live Q&As. Frankly speaking, a live Q&A doesn't make for great recordable content, to be perfectly honest. But we do cover a lot of these basics. I think Barry shared the link earlier, but I'll find it for you right now. We do have a Trade Ideas 101. Let me see if I can find it. We have a pre-recorded... is this it? Yeah, here it is. It's on YouTube. I'm going to share the link here. TI University 101. It's recorded. It's actually me doing it. So it's the same guy. I cover a lot of the same stuff that we're talking about here today. That video will get you going. And guys, normally this is the test drive. So we're doing things a little differently during the test drive week. But normally during these Q&A sessions, I don't have any pre-configured or preconceived things I want to talk about. It's just the sessions are free for all. Whatever questions come in, we tackle them as best we can. But today, since it's day one of the test drive, that's why we're covering some of the basics. And the really big basics are building a layout and building your first top list and alert window. So let's get back to my layout here. I mean, what's ended up happening here is we've actually built a layout, right? We've got a couple charts. I got a top list. I got an alert window. Let's resize this a little bit, make it look a little normal. I've got a basic layout here, right? Let's say I've got this layout, and this is the way I want it to be, and I want to be able to go back to this at any time. Well, you could save this layout and always have access to it. And I will mention that this is an anecdotal number, but I would say 95% of all Trade Ideas customers eventually build their own layouts. Because there's only certain things that you want and you find valuable, and that's all you want to focus on. You don't need the noise. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but me, I hate noise. I hate clutter. I'm so anal about clutter. I like to have only the things I need and none of the stuff that I don't, right? So 95% of our customers will build their own layouts for that reason. So let's say this is my layout. I like it. I want this to be my permanent layout, or at least a layout that I can reference at any time. You could have many layouts, but let's save this. So what I do is in my TI menu bar, I'm going to go to File, and I'm going to hit Save Layout. I'm going to give this a name down here in the file name box. I'm going to call it Test Drive Layout. I can call it anything I want, but I'll go ahead and call it Test Drive Layout. And now I can access this at any time. So let's just click on a channel. Remember these channels we were talking about earlier? These are all pre-configured layouts. Let's just go to a different layout here. We'll go to the small exchange layout. For those of you who don't know, these are futures like products that trade like stocks. Anyway, maybe that's not the best layout to go to. Let's go to Wall Street Bets. Okay, let's just say I'm hanging out the Wall Street Bets channel and blah, blah, blah. I've found what I needed to find. I'm ready to go back to my own layout. I want to go back to that layout I just saved. Well, all you do is go to your TI menu bar, hit File, and Load Layout. And this is where you'll find all the layouts you've saved. I've got a bunch in here. What's the one I just saved? It was Test Drive Layout. There it is. Just click on it, hit Open, and that will reopen the layout that we had just built a little bit earlier. Now, another cool thing you could do is you can make, instead of having to go through the file menu up here and opening the layouts and all that stuff, another thing you could do is you could actually build a channel right on your channel bar. So here's the channel bar again, right? Notice up at the top three, there's like a little horizontal line here delineating these three channels from the rest. Well, these three channels here are custom layouts that I have built. They're mine only, right? And I can easily access them. You could have as many as 5 custom channels. I've got a pre-market channel that's customized the way I like it. I got an AI swings channel that I like to use, and then I got my main layout. This is the one I use all day. If I could click on any one of these channels, and it opens up in a moment. There it is. Opens up my pre-configured layout. All right, we get that connected. So if you want to have one of your layouts there, let's go back to that layout that I created. It's a little cumbersome, but we'll get there. Let's go back and open up that layout that we saved. So load layout, right? Let's go to Test Drive Layout. Click on it, open it up. So here we go. I'm going to minimize this Brokerage Plus window. We're not talking about that right now. So here was that layout. And if I want this layout to be accessible in my channel bar, what I need to do is, in this case, I need to save this layout to my cloud. So before, when I was saving layouts, when I was going up to File and Load Layout, that was just saving the layout here locally on my hard drive. Okay, so it'll only be available on this computer only. If I were to go open up my laptop or go to another computer, it wouldn't be available. It's only local to this computer. Okay, but I could also save my layout to my cloud, which is then accessible from everywhere. So to do that, I go to File once again, but instead of save layout, I'm going to hit Save or Share to Cloud. Okay, I'm going to click that. I'm going to click Entire Layout, this little button right here. I'm going to give it a name, My Cloud Layout. Okay, I'm going to hit Save, and now this layout is saved in my cloud. How do I know? Well, one way I could go is I can, in my channel bar, see this little My Cloud button? I could click this button, and it's going to open up. These are all my files in the cloud, and the thing I just saved will be right up here at the top, My Cloud Layout. You can see file type, it says layout right there. And you'll notice if I scroll through, you'll see everything. I got layouts, I got top lists, I got alert windows, I got hundreds of things that go back years. I mean, I'm scrolling back here, and look, we're in 2017 now. Look at the date on that. I saved this back in October of 2017. Everything I've ever created and saved is still here. Now, of course, I could delete things if I want. If I scroll through and go through, I don't know, layout, click that one and hit delete, that layout is now gone. But unless I go in and delete it manually, everything in my cloud stays. Okay, so how do I save this layout into my channel bar? We've already saved the layout to my cloud, which is great. That's step one. Now, in the channel bar, let's click on the little gearbox up here. Click on that, and I choose Edit Custom Channels. Now you'll see my 3 custom channels. Now if I want to add one, I could click Add Channel, and then I want to go here and select from Cloud. This is the cloud link for the file, for the layout. I need to select which layout it's going to be. In this case, when I click that, it opens up my cloud window again, all of my files in my cloud, and the cloud layout I just saved is right there at the top. My cloud layout, saved today on the 9th at 10:49 my time. That was 2 minutes ago. So I just highlight it, I hit select, and now the cloud link is right in there. Now I could choose a little, this is what it's going to look like. I could choose a little cool icon for it from among these here. You could even load some up from your computer if you hit the upload file image. But I'll just do this little Bruce Lee thing. So there's Bruce Lee. In this box here, I could type in a name for the channel. We'll call it Test Drive. I hit write name. Now you can see what it's going to look like. There's Test Drive right there. And I got it the way I want. I'm going to hit OK. And now you'll see Test Drive shows up on my channels here. We're not done until we hit apply. And now, look at that. I got my Test Drive layout right here at the top. So if I change channels, if I go to say my pre-market channel, this is what my pre-market channel looks like. This is my custom pre-market channel. And then if I want to go load that Test Drive layout, I just click Test Drive right here in my channel bar. And there we go. Now guys, again, this is the first day of the test drive, so I'm covering a lot of the basics here. There's so much that we haven't even discussed. We haven't gotten into the AI at all. We haven't gotten into strength alerts. We haven't gotten into back testing and building your own strategies. All of this stuff will be covered certainly over the course of this week. Well, we just covered the basics here. But with that in mind, I have 7 minutes left to hang with you before we pass the room back to Barry. I do want to open the room up to any questions. If anybody had any questions about top lists or alert windows or saving layouts, the things that we covered today, please throw the questions in here. I'll be happy to tackle them as best I can. And I always say this at the top of normal Q&A sessions. I always say that I don't know the answer to everything on trade ideas, but I know enough to be dangerous. And I could certainly point you in the right direction for anything I don't know. There are a lot of geniuses here on staff. I don't consider myself one of them. Ooh, got a little bit of a headache going. I don't know where you guys all are. I know we're all spread out across the country, but here in Colorado, where I live, we don't have any forest fires local here in Colorado, but we're getting a lot of the smoke from the wildfires out west, Oregon, Northern California, blowing this way, and it's yeah, man, it affects the air quality, and it's giving me a little bit of a headache. So and it's hurting my voice a little, as you can hear. Not fun. Okay, Jesse, is there a way to correlate the stock price with the premium in order to select your stop loss premium price? For instance, if the stock price is 100 with a stop loss of 95, what would premium stop be? Jesse, I'm not sure what you're asking there. I don't know what a premium stop is. If you said we're not talking about options. I'm not sure what a premium stop is. Trackletown, I don't know if I pronounced that right. Thank you. Thanks for the kudos. Like I said, we'll be doing this all week, and we'll have different voices every day. So come on back. A lot of smart guys host these sessions. Jesse, we don't have any options premium data on Trade Ideas. Trade Ideas is built for stock traders, for equity traders. We do not have options pricing data. I do not have any strike specific or expiration specific data or spreads data or anything like that, or volatility data. So wrong place. Well, Jesse, yes, it is true. I am an options trader. Yeah, unrelated to what we're doing here, buddy. And even as an options trader, I don't know what you mean when you say what a premium stop would be. Basically, if you're long an option, you got to know where your stop is, whatever that is. Typically, if I'm buying long calls or long stocks, I'm fully accepting the risk in the position. I'm fully accepting the fact that I can lose 100% of my premium if let's say I bought a call. Now I might have a stop loss level on the chart if it stock's at 100, and I might say that, okay, well 95 is my stop loss level. If the stock hits 95, then I might close my option down. But I generally assume that if I'm buying a call, it's just a straight call or a straight put, that if I'm wrong, I'm losing 100%. And that's okay. It all comes down to position sizing. But again, that's not what we're here to talk about. So let's not go off on that tangent. I want to answer questions about the software. I got 3 minutes left here, guys. So if you're sitting on a question, please, now's your chance to ask. Otherwise, we'll be passing it back to Barry in the live trading room shortly. Jesse, you could place stop loss orders on options, but I would highly recommend you don't do that. The bid-ask spread on options is too wide. If you have a stop loss order, it's going to be filled out as a market order. You're going to pay the bid, or you're going to sell in the bid. You're going to get screwed. Don't recommend it. Always use limit orders with options trading. Okay, Trakel, asking about docking. That's something we haven't covered, and we're not going to go too deep on the docking yet. But a new feature on Trade Ideas that we've rolled out recently is docking, which allows you to have multiple layouts open at the same time. So check this out. If I go to my TI menu bar, go to New, and I choose Docked Channel Bar, okay, this is going to open up basically another window. Let's just minimize it. Let's make it a little bit smaller. And check this out. I got like another window here. It's like another version of Trade Ideas running in tandem. I can open up a layout. Let's go to the NFT and crypto layout. And now I've got the NFT and crypto channel open over here. So I got this channel open. I've got my original layout opened here behind it. Now, you guys could just see one screen, but this could be very useful if you're somebody who has multiple monitors, right? So you could take this docked window and move this over to an adjacent monitor, right? And then you could have multiple channels open at a time, which is pretty cool. It's a new feature we've rolled out. It's still kind of in beta. We're still tire kicking it a little bit, finding bugs and working things out. But for those of you who just want to have more stuff up on your screens, the docking windows are going to be great for you. And they're cool too. They resize. Like when you can move things around. You can kind of move them out. This window just resized. I can change things and they all auto adjust, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. See all those things just readjusted. Bring this back up here. Oops, I just pulled it out. So yeah, that's the short answer to what docking can do. It just gives you more space. You can have multiple layouts open. That's really the biggest thing. Close anyway. Yep, I want that down. Okay, do I have a favorite channel? Well, other than my custom channels, which I guess by default are my favorites, but of the channels that are available to everybody, I think the Strength Alerts channel is my favorite. It's a newer one. This Strength Alerts channel is great for swing traders, which I count myself as one of those. It's just 5 simple ideas that are new every Monday. Stocks that, based on an algorithm, has been developed in-house by the traders here at Trade Ideas. These are stocks that have potential to have great moves because they meet a bunch of criteria. Much of it is proprietary, but these are great. I mean, if I just look into the charts now, these daily charts look pretty nice as a swing trader. These are great ideas to get into. So there you go. I think the Strength Alerts channel is my favorite channel. All right, guys, I've reached the top of my hour. I'm going to pass the room back to Barry, assuming he's ready. Let me just ping him back channel. And guys, like I said, come on back every day this week, every day for the next 2 weeks. We're doing these at 9 o'clock p.m. I'm sorry, 9 o'clock Pacific time, noon Eastern. Yes, digital business strategies. There is an expert. There are multiple experts on auto trading with Interactive Brokers to Auto Trade Holly. If you need help with that, you could send an email to info@trade-ideas.com or come on back tomorrow because Michael will be hosting the live Q&A, and Michael is one of those preeminent experts who auto trades Holly AI with Interactive Brokers. He would be the perfect guy to ask. So come on back tomorrow. Okay, guys, Barry is back. Thanks for being here. Barry's going to take you into the close. We will see you all again tomorrow. Happy test drive to you. Thanks for being here.
Might want to have a different color here. So what you do is right click, strategies, keep hovering, 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 hovering. And you see where it says colors? So I'm on that first strategy called basic new lows, no repeat. Colors. And you pick a background and a foreground. You know, what you pick is up to you, of course, but I could say okay here. Obviously I can't read it, so foreground, I'll pick white. There it is. And the next one that comes in, well, okay, so that if I do block trades, we can't see anything. So let me do the block trades now. Hover, 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 colors, background. Do that one. Say okay. Again, can't really read it well, so pick a different foreground. White, that's easy to read, and boom. Okay? There it goes. So you know you can play around. You can kind of jazz it up a little bit with the colors. And there's Avro triggering here. And then the last thing is give it a name. Right click. This is the only right click properties, and down here is where you can give it a name. You know, test. Oops, test. So there it is. So typically, now I use multi-strategy windows also. I have lots of screen space, but what I like to do though sometimes is to group common scans together. So for instance, I've got this one called Bouncers Toppers. Okay, so bouncers and toppers. So what this is looking for, if it's and the way I color code things, and you know you can pick however you want to color code things. When I see green or blue, or you know, usually I just use green and blue. This means it's a potential long trade. When I see orange and yellow or red, that's a potential short trade. So I've got two scans in here one's called bouncers, one's called toppers. So when I look at Avro, this will probably be a stock near the bottom of the day. You see how it's moving down, 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 down. So this is something I could be looking at this saying, okay, I got the alert. At some point, maybe this will bounce. Okay, at this point it hasn't, but it met the filter requirements for me to see it in the first place, and then I can kind of start watching it. The reverse would be EVGO. Maybe this is going to start to move down. See, there's where I got the alert, so it's starting to move down a little bit. So maybe it's topped out. Again, one of the scans I'm sharing, bouncers, toppers. For those of you who like to try to find the tops and fade them, or find the bottoms and ride them up. All sorts of different trading styles, guys. That's why I created different types of alerts or different types of scans. How to get what time an alert. Okay, I'll try to answer your question, Keepo. Well, Dova, if you're in an alert window, you just have to have the time column. If you're in a top list window, remember, well, maybe don't remember, but it updates every 30 seconds. So what are you talking about when you say how to get what time an alert comes? Okay, so yeah, top list window updates every 30 seconds. Again, because it's, the list can change every 30 seconds, so it gets updated every 30 seconds. What was the high? What 30 seconds ago, it would have a list as an example of the stocks that are up the most. In 30 seconds, you could have a shuffling at the top. Okay, Kipo, why you're not getting audio alerts when the stock goes up? Okay, so I'm assuming you have an alert window and your trigger is a new high for the day? What are you trying to get an alert on? When you say stock is going up, but so it's an alert window, okay, and your trigger is a new high for the day? Kind of like this, the new high, okay. So for instance, I just got an alert for Avro right here. It just made a new high. I just got a sound alert for it. So are you saying when a stock for sure just made a new high and it's showing up on your list that you're not getting the audio alerts? Okay, well you've got to create something like an alert window. You have to create an alert window. So you have to, well, yeah, because when a stock goes up, what stock? When? What price range? Okay. First thing I would do if I were you is at least take a look at the 20 lessons. Okay, again, it won't take you 20 days, but just take a look. Because you're asking, pretty like a basic question, how to create an alert window. Right here, basic new highs and lows. Okay, so if I look at this window right there, prices between 1 and 20. Current volume is at least 4, meaning it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. My minimum volume is 400,000 shares, up or down 4% from the open, etc. So you always have to start off with, some filters. I can't tell you what you're going to use. I don't know what price range you want, all these other things. But if these filters are satisfied and the stock makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. So, how to create one right from scratch. Let's do one. So again, new alert window. I'm going to start from scratch. Load the settings. I click on summary, nothing's here. Zip. Okay? So this is how you start building it. So let's just say I wanted the relative volume. I want to find stocks that are, relatively active. So let's put 2 for the relative volume. Maybe it's trading at least twice what it would normally be trading. Let's put a minimum 500,000 shares. Okay, see how I'm building it? Let's put a price. Let's go between $1 and $30. This is all basic stuff. Okay, really have to see. I'm just building it. 1 and 30 current volume. And let's add one more. That's good enough. That's good enough. Okay, so now I want to find out stocks that are making new highs based on this requirement right there. So select the alerts. Now you can always search Okay, you can search because, I mean, I use new high almost exclusively or new low almost exclusively, but we have a lot of filters. If you're wondering if we have something, you can always just type it into the search box just to see if we have something. Okay, but I'm going to use a new high. Add the alert. Now check it. Say okay. Okay, so now I'm going to see stock. Don't do that. Okay. Yikes. This is the little bit of a challenge when you're in the dock. There we go. Okay, so now I'm going to see stocks that are meeting these filter requirements between $1 and $30. The current volume is 2 with at least 500,000 shares. If it makes a new high, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see WPG. Okay? So you always, I mean, in order to, now you don't even have to know. I mean, I'm sharing a lot of these, so you can always have mine. But I just showed you, very quickly how you can create a very basic scan. When I mean, again, managing expectations. 2 weeks in a test drive, trying to learn everything about trade ideas, it's not going to happen. Okay, so you have to try to manage the expectations. But, the other thing, and I mentioned this earlier, but for anybody showing up now, I mean, we have a lot of alerts and filters. And people look at this and they go, I can't learn them all. Don't. I mean, you don't have to learn them all. I don't learn them all. I don't know I have an idea what they all mean, but I don't have a need for 99% of all these, okay, for my trading style. Okay, I mean, there are tons of alerts and filters. We have all of these because, we've got, 10,000 customers now. They all, we're not all going to have the same trading style. So we try to create enough alerts and filters so that the absolute majority of our customers can combine them. So for instance, if you said, what does Trade Ideas have for stochastics? So you can go to an alert window and right click, configure, search. Always start off with a search. So before you kind of wonder, you can say, I wonder what they have for stochastics. And let's just start typing it in. So this is what we have. If you don't see it here, we don't have it. Okay? You can't make it up. In other words, yeah, but I want above 10. Sorry, we don't have it. We try to create enough that the majority of our customers can find what they're looking for. If you said RSI, well, here's what we have for RSI. Again, if you wanted a 7.5 minute RSI, we don't have it. If you want Ichimoku, well, we don't have it at all. Okay? So if you're ever wondering about what we might have, you can just always go to the search and start typing it in to see, if we have it. How did Holly do today? I don't know. Not bad. I mean, there are a couple that are up. This top one up. This has been up. Billy's been good all day. If you traded it, if you kept in the trade, pretty good. Had some stop hits down here. All right. Let's take a look at NRXP, as Zach calls it, a fluff press release. Announces initiation of phase 2B trial. Okay, one moment, please. Okay. No, you can't add your own stuff. No, AI is there. AI is just a scan. It's like saying, well, and we don't. The AI doesn't know what alerts we're going to get on any given day. It's like saying, well, tell me tomorrow what stocks are going to make new highs for the day. We don't know. So it's the same thing with the AI. There's a bunch of strategies in here, and they trigger. It's an event based, as I've called it. So you cannot input a specific symbol into the AI. Ah, yeah, look at not, guys. So this came on my option scanner earlier. It didn't really do anything for quite a while. Look at it, base, 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 and now it's at the alert came in at 8:04, and now it's at 8:20. Don't understand your question, Abdul Karim. I don't understand what name your stock. I don't understand. If you're asking me to tell you what stock to buy, you're not in this. This is not the room for that. If that's what you're talking about. WPG on the move here, guys. WPG, come on. Oops. Avro on the way down, WPG on the way up. Ah, this WPG. Now this is a crazy one. If you don't know anything about this, they've declared bankruptcy about 100 times. Became a meme stock. The Wall Street bets boys, they got a hold, and girls, women, people. How's that? People got a hold of it. Yes, so The question is, can you run trade ideas? Yes. So that, in fact, somebody asked me about my, ooh, what happened to my watch list? Let me see here. I lost my watch list up. Just give me a moment here. This is when I was fooling around, I guess. Okay. Give me a moment here. I'm demonstrating docking at very advanced. Okay. That was stupid. Just give me a moment here, guys. Okay. Okay. So we call it a symbol list. Okay. So this is a video on how to do it. So this is for you, Trader Betty, and anybody else. You can watch, you can create what we call a symbol list. Is the same as a watch list, that you can watch your own stock, like stocks that you only want to watch. And you see that video, that will show you how to do it. Okay. So for instance, this watch list up and down, this watch list up and down, actually this is a symbol list that I created, and it's only extracting from a symbol list that I call Best WL, okay? Best watch list. So I create a watch list at the end of the, excuse me, when the market closes, I create a watch list, and it's based on a bunch of scans that I'm looking at after hours. And this is, I try to prepare it for the next day. Well, I don't try, I prepare for the next day. Stocks that I think could have some movement, you know, based on the daily and the weekly and the monthly chart. So typically what's happened is the stocks have kind of moved today, and we're going to see if they have any follow through. So it's only looking at that list of stocks. And in order for a stock to trigger, for instance, for this to trigger BIVI, it would have had to be below yesterday's low, you know, and if some other, so you can see it's way below Friday's low. Okay, so that's one, and some other filters are in place, but okay, so the question was, how do you save and open a dock window that I just made? Okay. I haven't gone into this in any great detail yet because it can be a little challenging, all right, but I'll certainly do it now. Okay, so do you have the dock, Bill, do you have the docked window on your screen right now? Okay, super simple. Go anywhere inside the dock window, just right click, save or share to cloud. Now, I'm assuming you gave it a name. If you gave it a name, the name should be right here. If you didn't give it a name, okay. Did you give it a name? Okay, so the name is there, right? You see it? It should be in that box right there. And then just save. That's it. Now it's saved to the cloud. And then you can, just like any other, that's what I did for my this scan here, because I close it down when the market opens. Where are you? My pre-market scan. So I just had to find it. It'll look like a little TI. I named them docked because if I wanted to, I could start searching on docked. So I put docked at the beginning, so I could always just start typing like docked, and I see all my docked windows as an example. And then you just highlight it, load it, done. Really simple. Yeah, that charge point. I don't know, Zach is talking about charge point. What is it doing right now? Yeah, boom. So I mean, yeah, this whole EV infrastructure is big. I mean, obviously big, and yeah, these guys could be a huge beneficiary. Charge point. This is not a recommendation to buy this stock. Okay, understand? I'm just pointing it out. Click, yeah, CLSK, another one. Well, I can't get them to do anything, Kang. So if you want that, oh, you know, info at trade-ideas.com. Coming from the customers is way more powerful than, you know, if a whole bunch of you said the same thing, maybe they'd listen. Okay? Oops, sorry. Wrong. Just a minute. Yeah, just a simple thing like that can help, Bill. Yes. Oh, it's been brought up, but they don't seem to look. I know the charting is going to be changing quite a bit, but it's still better coming individually. You know, the question was, you know, a dark mode for trade ideas. We've had some interest in that, I guess. If it's something that you really want, info at trade-ideas.com. The more emails that come in like that, I can say anything I want in a development version in the marketing meetings. Oh, I'm getting some people saying, well, how many? Well, I don't know. So send emails. Okay. On the charts, I'm hoping maybe later on this week we will have a new version of our charts. I don't know if it'll be available for you guys yet, but I'll be able to demo it. Yeah, we're going to get more. I mean, we never build ourselves as a charting program. Okay. I mean, we have very limited things you can do with our charts, but it's coming. So, you know, the gradients, different colors, more indicators, things like that. It's definitely coming. I've seen the prototype. You're not talking about, so Kang, you're not talking about a dark chart. You're talking about whatever, I don't even know what dark mode would look like. Ah, okay. So James, I found this out last week. Now, if you go to help, And channel, ooh, that's not the that's the channel descriptions, not the AI descriptions. I don't, you know what, this probably has to be revamped because I know they deleted a lot of the AI strategies. Now, when you say the strategies implemented by, let me see if I can understand what you mean. Okay, bull trap. Okay. So when you say the strategies implemented by, if you're talking about the filters and all that are used, no. That's proprietary. If that's what you mean. But Kang, are you oh, you're talking the background. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Send in an email. Wow, I'm afraid to look at ORMP because that's from my option scan. Guys, I'd be a little more active trading, of course. So this is what we're talking about. So for you, those of you who are new into the room today or just really, really new, just to let you know, this is my favorite scan. Almost my favorite scan of all time. You know, is every single day going to give me the, you know, alerts that, you know, like, is every alert every single day going to be fantastic? Of course not. But if I had to pick one scan, if somebody said, you know, you can only have one scan now, Barry, for the rest of time using trade ideas, this would be it. And all it is just looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity. I'm not trading the options, but for whatever reason, it makes it such a great scan. Well, I know the reason, because it's high option activity. Absolutely, Magic Ogar. Magic. If you, I'm going to put my homepage link in. So if you go to my homepage link, oops, wrong one. Sorry. I don't know why that copied instead of the other one. Give me a moment. Yeah, I'll give it to you. Don't worry. I'll give it to you. Okay, there's my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, get rid of everything. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see, and one of the sections are my scans. Okay, so the scan is called Moving Higher with Unusually Strong Options. Save my link, guys. Save my link. Lots of other scans are on here, plus the education. You save my link, you can take a look at all of this whenever you want. Okay, including, you know, here's the big education section. I mean, these two sections right here, a lot of information. Save my link, then you can take a look at it whenever you want. Well, no, you can't build a scan based on Holly strategies because, you know, you don't know what the filters are. It's proprietary. You know, here I share these. All my scans I share. You see the filters and alerts I'm using, and then you can, if you want, you can modify them and all. But no, the AI is, you know, it's a premium service, and you know, we don't divulge the, you know, we don't divulge the alerts and filters in each strategy. Yeah, I always do that. Bill, yes. I mean, if I make a change here, then I'm always going to change. I'm always going to save it to the cloud. Okay. Now, if I make a change here and I just save my overall layout to the cloud with all the docked windows, it will be changed. I'm almost 100% it'll be changed. But I have a habit of, if I make a change to a window, now the docking windows, I always save it to the cloud. And it'll be time stamped, okay? You know, it's all time stamped. So you might have the same one saved over and over and over again, but you always see the last version. Okay? I think it's just good practice to save to the cloud. Saving to the cloud also, for those of you with multiple devices, you can have trade ideas loaded on as many devices as you want. Okay? You can only open trade ideas one device at a time. But let's just say, you know, I'm obviously working on a desktop. So on my laptop, all I have to do is download trade ideas onto my laptop, but I don't have to recreate everything from scratch. All I have to do, as long as I've saved everything into the cloud, I just have to load from the cloud, and then it's on my new device. I hate to see you talking about the pin feature. So this is something you don't want in a dock. Bill, is that because you don't want you want some window, some scan or something to be free floating? No. Don't forget about pinning. Okay, it leads to all sorts of problems. Just put it in a dock. But why do you not want that window in a docked window? Like everything I have is in a dock now. Like, why wouldn't you want to take this window that you're trying to pin? Why wouldn't you just put it in a dock window? Well, the dock windows, when you say full, maybe you've got two. Well, okay. It's not telling you can't do it, right? You're just thinking it's too full. Well, you know, you can do things like this. You can create like a tab. Take it and put it in here, and actually it would look like a tab. I mean, especially some of the windows you may have, you don't care if you see it all the time. For instance, if I do something like this, let me load block trade again. I'll use block trade as my example. Let's just say I wanted to put it up somewhere in this window up here. Okay, this is a separate dock. It's called dock main monitor upper. So I'm going to duplicate it in the main monitor upper. Okay, see how now though this is now like a tab here. So, like all the windows you have, I mean, you may not have to see every single scan all the time, right? So you can just kind of tab it and move back and forth, if that makes sense. Tab will work? Okay, good. No, I just did a bad thing. Okay, I'm gonna have to close this down. Here's a But because I saved everything, I'm fine. Come on. There we go. All right, guys, so there we go. So let's take a look at DVAX now. Yeah, you got to be careful when you, and this is where it gets tricky. That's what happened to me up here, okay? If you left click on a window here and then start to move it, okay, it's going to kind of, yeah, don't do it. Okay, because what's going to happen is it'll turn into a free floating, and when you release it, it's free floating. Now it's easy enough to put it back, but what are you trying to do? When I move the dock container windows inside, so you always have to be sure you grab the header, like the white space up here. Okay, don't try to move a dock window by going into any scan and moving it. Does that make sense? See, up here? You know, make sure when you're moving a dock window, make sure you grab it up here. The minute you try to move a dock window by, you know, left clicking on, you know, anything that's docked, it's going to take that window outside the dock. I mean, it's easy to put it back in. So let me I hope I've answered your question. Because, you know, it happened to me all the time at the beginning. I had nobody to tell me. And I realized what I was doing. And it still happens to me. I mean, you know, I'll get excited and I'll click and oh shoot, I'm moving the individual window. You can click on alert. I mean, there's no issue there. But if you left click and then start to drag it, then that is where you get into issues. Now, I haven't talked about docking really, okay? The main reason for docking, the main feature for the vast majority of people, while it's nice to be able to create this little dock, okay, and put windows in so you can move them all at once. I mean, for me, it's really not that much different from the what we had before, the free floating windows. I love the look. I love how it kind of tightly gets into these containers. So I do like the look, but it's not that big a change, okay? The big change is in the dock channel bar, because now you can click on a channel, okay? You can click on a channel and your layout remains. That's the major reason we did this. You know, creating docked windows in which you can put your own scans inside, it's nice, but I mean, it's not the be all and the end all. But having this dock channel bar, so now I can go during the day, I can start clicking on different channels and not having to see my layout be replaced. I mean, that's the real power of the docking right now. Now, if you don't have that option, when you click on new and you don't have this option, that means you're not on the latest beta. If you click on help and about, it'll tell you what you're on. Okay, and it should say 5.5, I think 0.15. I think that is the latest beta on the website. Or maybe it's 5, I'm sorry, it should say 5.5.20. Exactly, Dan. And no, I agree. It's it's certainly nice now to be able to do that. EPIX on the way down here. I'm hearing it ringing in my ear. EPIX on the way down. I see what I did. Just maybe a moment here. Well, guys, there's not as many questions as I thought we'd have the first day. So tomorrow I may be able to maybe do a little bit of trading. Yeah, I'm not sure I can, James. I mean, this is what we have for MACD. If you don't see it here, oops. If you don't see it here, that means we don't have it. I don't use MACD at all, but the 5-minute. Yeah, see, I don't think we can do it because it looks like that would require, the second part looks like it would require a filter. And we don't have the filter version of the MACD, so I don't think you can do it. I can see the 5-minute crosses the average line. I think that's what they use here. You'd have to look at the definition, yeah. But to have it over the 10-minute MACD histogram, we don't have a filter for that to make sure that's happening. So. Yeah, I do have a video on docked windows, okay. Here it is. Okay, so Dave, when you click on, in your toolbar, when you click on new, first of all, do you have something that says dock channel bar and docked window? So when you click on new from the toolbar, do you have these options right here? One's called dock channel bar and one's called docked window. Do you have those? Yes, no? Okay. Okay, so the first major use of it is if you click on, from new, click on dock channel bar, And this is what you'll see. These are all our channels. These are all our theme-based channels, okay? And they're all layouts. So did you understand what I was doing there? So if I want to look at energy plays, and the thing now is that before when you would do that, the layout that I have here would disappear because you could only have one layout loaded at a time, and everything in the channel bar is a layout. So now you notice my layout remains. Okay? So that's that's number one. Now, did you want to know how you can put your own scans into a docked window? Is that what you want to know how to do? Okay. All right, let me let me load a couple of okay. So I've got these three windows here. Okay, let's say I wanted to put them into a dock. So the first step is this. So what I would do is I would always arrange them. They're free floating right now, and I would arrange them in how you want to see them in the dock. So makes it a little easier. Not mandatory, but that's what I would do. Especially if you have 4 or 5 or 6 windows. But let me just move them off to one side first, off to my other monitor. So you start off like this. Click on New. And then docked window. Okay, here's your big dock window. So we're going to call it Dave. Okay, give it a name. Okay, give it a name. I've called it Dave. See, it says Dave up here. Now, I'm going to bring in my first window that I want. I could have kept it on my other monitor. I'm just doing it so you guys can see what I'm doing. Didn't have to be in here, okay? But so now you right click and duplicate into Dave. These are I've obviously got it. That's why you give them names so you know where to put it. So duplicate it into Dave. Okay, so there it is. Okay, so far so good. We're going to take the next one. The action is heating up. Right click, duplicate into Dave. Now here are 2 tabs. And last, we'll do the block trade. Duplicate into Dave. So there they are. Now you could leave them like this. I mean, if you just wanted them in tab form, you could easily do that. But I think most people would probably, what they want to do is maybe see everything at once. So here's where, it becomes a little bit tricky. You just have to practice, play around with it a bit. So I'll grab the tab here, block trade, and notice I get an icon that pops up with a down arrow, an up arrow, a left arrow, and a right arrow. If I pick right arrow, okay, so block trade now is going to be to the right of these 2. Okay, let's say I want the action is heating up and I want it below here. So I grab it, I move it, and there, see, the icon pops up, and I pick the down arrow, and now I've moved it here. So now I can see them all at once if I want. Okay, and of course now I can, if I wanted to change that now, the block trade, if I wanted it below the basic new lows, I just do it like that. So, just how you want to see it is up to you, of course. It's just a little bit tricky, you move it and wait for the icon to pop up, pick, the direction you want it to be. Okay, and now the next step is once you've gone through the painstaking measure of creating a dock window, save it. Right click, save or share to cloud. And you notice it says Dave. If I save it, this will be saved then as its own docked window. I'm not going to do it, of course, but, and then I can close it down. If I saved it, I just bring it back from the cloud at any time. Because you may not want every single docked window up and running. The other thing is, because this is kind of new for us too, guys, we're not sure about how many docked windows you're going to have. I mean, it's such that the system doesn't completely degrade. No, I didn't want to save because that would have saved everything, okay? I just want to save, I just have to save Dave. If it says Dave there, then I just save it, because when I right click and save, okay, the name will be there already. I don't want to go entire. If I go entire, it's going to save my entire layout. All I want to do is save the dock. You know, that dock. So you don't click entire. As long as that name is there, you just say save. Clear as mud? Yeah, we don't know yet. I mean, we don't know yet about performance yet. It is, for instance, I used to have one big dock window that I would be sharing. Okay, I decided I wanted to, but we're not sure if creating one big dock window and I had 16 windows in it, is that better, or is it better to have 2 dock windows with 8 each? You think about that. So we're not, it's new for us also. I will say this though. Don't think though that you can have, I shut down now, the scan that I use for the pre-market, I shut it down now. Because I don't need it when the market's open. Here's my pre-market scan layout, load, but it's possible I could keep it up and running, but I don't need it. So I just shut it down. It's easy. Before I used to I would shut down each individual window. We were kind of a pain. Now it's no big deal. I just shut down the dock, and then tomorrow, I just load it. So we don't know what sort of resource strain it's going to be. EPIX guys, wow, what a short. Tomorrow, hopefully I'll be able to trade. So, yeah, I don't think you can add a dock within a dock. Is that what you mean? In other words, well, again, when you say add another dock with different scans, I've got this dock, I've got this dock, I've got this dock, and I've got this dock. Okay? So, I guess I've got 1, 2, 3, I've got 4 docks. But if the question really is, could I have one giant dock window and then click on a tab that loads this one, and then click on another one that loads this one, I don't think so. Certainly not yet anyway. But I wouldn't see the benefit of that for me anyway, because the things that I have, I want to see them all. I want to see them all the time. What I demonstrated before, though, is how you can have something as a tab, not a dock, but an individual scan. So for instance, if I want to dock, yeah, so yeah, so I think I've explained it. I don't think you can do that, what you want. If you want to have one giant dock window and then have tabs up here with different layouts, with all the different docks, no. No. But for me anyway, that's not what I would want, but because the thing is, and this is where the degradation of the system could come in. I mean, let's just say somebody had 4 pretty extensive layouts: a pre-market layout, a layout they use from 9:30 to noon, and then one they use from 1 to 3 o'clock, and then one they use from 3 to 4 power hour, and then one they use after hours, and they're all pretty extensive. Okay, lots of windows, and you had them all. Even if you've got them minimized, they're still working. Okay. And so that's why we don't know. We don't think though you can have 10 layouts loaded, 10 of your layouts loaded, even if you've minimized them. Because actually, I mean, trader, when you think about it, look at my icon down here. If my pinned icon, I see all my docked windows here. Right? So in theory, I could have more layouts down here and I could just click on it, in theory. Does that make sense? So this is almost like everything is tabbed down here when I open this, when I hover over my, my Trade Ideas icon. But we have to caution people, if you see your system starting to slow down, it could be because, we got too many docked windows. This is new for us. We have improved immensely, okay? Because, if I were looking at this, even a week ago, when I would click on an alert, it would take forever for the chart to load, and then after that, the single stock window. Is it as fast as it was before with just pure floating windows? No, but it is way better, and I think it'll continue to get better. It's fast enough for me that it doesn't drive me crazy. It was driving me crazy before. I couldn't use it. I told them I can't use it. If you only want to click on 1 or 2 alerts a day, fine. I'll be right back. A couple of minutes. I need water. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm back. Man, oh man, I wish I'm jealous of you guys. I know some of you have been shorting EPIX. Wow. And that was shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. How many shorts were available? Yeah, 170,000. Look at this collapse. Yes, it is, Greg. Thank you. And I'm on a development version, which is probably very similar to yours, but it's definitely better. I think it'll get better and better. They had some memory leak issues, especially with the single stock window that was really wreaking havoc. But kudos to our developers, guys. I mean, their pressure was put on them to come up with something, for the docking, etc., for the test drive. Well, speaking of the test drive, you still have an opportunity to subscribe to the test drive. I'm going to put the test drive link in here. All right, so let me just click on the test drive link. This is what you're going to see. All right, so this is the test drive. So it will still cost you $11.11. You won't get 2 full weeks. You'll get the balance of today plus 9 days, okay? It's over on the 20th. This is a depreciating situation here, depending on when you sign up. Obviously, if you signed up last week or even Sunday night, you would have had 10 full days. But, if you think $11.11 is worth, the balance of today and 9 trading days, go for it. You'll have access to the full premium service again until August the 20th, and just as if you were a premium subscriber. And very important, once the test drive is over, it's over. Why I say that? There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. You don't have to, email our support people and say, would you please unsubscribe me for the test drive? Okay, when it's over, it's over. We don't put you into a subscription, okay? We'll have a nice promo code for you if you do want to sign up. But, don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription. Now, here's something else that's important. If you're part of the test drive, everything you do, okay, if you create some layouts, if you create some scans, save them to the cloud. Okay, make sure you right-click and save or share to the cloud, okay? Make sure you save them to the cloud. Why? Cough. Because if some point down the road you decide you do want to take out a subscription, just a minute, please. So at some time down the road, you decide you want to take out a subscription. So on the 20th, it's over. And yeah, we'll have a nice promo code for you. But you may not be ready. You can still come into the room. You can ask me questions. You still not be ready. Maybe it's a week later. Maybe it's 2 weeks later. Maybe it's 2 months later. Maybe it's 2 years later that you finally feel comfortable. If you use the same email address that you used for the test drive, everything you've done will be there for you as long as you saved it to the cloud. Okay? So save everything to the cloud, because you never know. I mean, you might want to, take out a subscription down the road someday. Nova. Well, are you sure you're not accidentally clicking on the X? That's the only way the window can, it's the only way, in my opinion anyway, that your dock window will close if you're accidentally clicking on the X. I mean, because watch, I mean, I'm going to load from the cloud. I'm going to load. There it is. I mean, it's on my other monitor. All my dock windows are still there. So I'm not 100% sure I know what you're doing. If you're talking about this starting from scratch, oops, new, docked window. So here it is. I'm going to call it Dova. I mean, I don't know how it disappears unless you're accidentally clicking on the X. I mean, I can go and file load from cloud. And the window will not disappear unless you. Now, the only thing I don't, maybe it's hidden somewhere, but if you have the little TI icon at the bottom, like I do, and you hover over it, you should be able to see the windows, all the windows you've got, and maybe just find it. Maybe somehow it's hidden. But if you did not click the X, in my opinion, there is no way that it's gone. Ah, good, okay. All right. Another pretty good one from the scanner, the options scanner. The alert was 1161. It popped up to 1190 before it pulled back, and it's still looking good. Remember, these are, treat them like a watch list. They're not all going to go straight up. Sometimes they pull back. Sometimes they go up. You can trade out of it. They pull back. You can get back in. So So guys, don't be shy. Ask questions. If you have questions, don't be shy. Ask them now. One of the things I love to do is I like to dock all my little thumbnail charts. See, ultimately, when everybody gets very used to docking, it's going to be so simple for me. Somebody says, "Hey, I like this." No problem. Right click, save or share to cloud. I just bring it back and I can give it to you. Okay, so let me add. Okay, so let me. Yeah, there's only one way to do it, and you have to. Okay, let me answer. I'll answer that first question, Greg. So the only way to do it is to create a symbol list and put it in a symbol list of unwanted symbols, something like that, and attach it. I mean, it's not the easiest way. I know what you mean, though. It's a test alert or something. I haven't seen it for quite a while. But there's no easy way because there's nothing that blocks it. Even if you don't, if you pick exchanges and you don't want indices or whatever, it doesn't. Yeah, really all day. Well, then what I would do is, just create a symbol list, call it stocks I never want to see again, and then attach it. Not the easiest. I do it though. I actually do it. Okay, so the option scanner I'm referring to, so I'm going to answer Christine's question first. I'm going to answer, then I'll answer the other two. So if you go to my, can you find my homepage tab? So I don't have to keep, you can see my homepage tab right here. Okay, great. So if you click on the link, there's my link right there. Click on the link. And then in the scan section right here, right there, my Barry scans. Here it is, moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay? My scan numero uno. Sorry for the pronunciation, my Spanish-speaking friends. Okay, so Ivan or Ivan, I'll get you your question. Just hang tough, okay? I should start answering some of these questions. So BJM, if you click on new and you don't have this option called dock channel bar and dock windows, okay, means you have to download the latest beta. So when you click on new and you don't see dock channel bar or dock window, that means you have to download the latest beta. And to do that, you can go to my channel, my homepage. Okay, so you have to download the latest beta. So if you go to my homepage, click on the link, and then scroll to the top where it says download software. And then this is what you've got more than likely, 4.2.182. Keep scrolling down until you see the beta. I mean, it's fine. And it's 5.5.2. Then you'll have those options, okay? Yeah, so that's called a compare count window, okay? So basically what this is it's comparing two competing strategies, if you will. Okay, and how to create one, there's a video on how to create a compare count window, and I've got two kind of call them competing strategies. Movers to the upside, greater than 300,000 shares. Well, I'll just show you. Configure, if I configure. So there are two strategies in here, and so making new highs, new lows. Price was up 2% from the previous close. And so the other strategy is going to just be the flip of what can be flipped. It will be flipped. So obviously new lows, new pre-market lows, and down 2%. Okay, with everything else the same. So you kind of throw, it's almost like doing this. Not almost, it's like doing this. If I want to, I've got my basic new highs up, I've got my basic new lows up. Who's winning? Okay, and so when I look at this as a snapshot, right now, these are real-time symbols like a ticker tape coming through. I'm sharing this one, so you can have it if you want. And so what's happening right now is that I'm not seeing anything. Well, actually though, even though 76% are actually up, but AXSM is sort of dominating right now. 24% are down. If I clear it, if I click on clear, it'll start kind of a new run now. And now we'll see, who's winning, the ones moving higher or the ones moving lower from this point on, as an example. But I am sharing this one, so you can take a look at it. But that's what it is. That's a compare count. You could compare. For instance, if you wanted to compare count within a sector, as an example, in the energy sector, compare the stocks going up versus the stocks going down, as an example. I don't use it that often. I put it there. I just glance at it every now and then. Yeah, I'm sure there is a video. I'm sure there is a video somewhere. You know, if you go to that education link, yeah, market breadth. I don't. You're the one who keeps asking for it, right? So, just you know, again, I would go to info. You say you've seen it somewhere. It must be one of the other traders, okay? Like, I really mean it. Go to their homepage and ask for market breadth. Say something like, I think I saw from one of the other traders something to do with market breadth. I don't have that. Okay, so now Ivan's question. Ivan or Ivan? Take your pick. The latter? What did I say? Ivan? Ivan? Ivan. So it's a ladder. Okay, Ivan. No, Ivan. Okay, Ivan. Okay. How about... All right. What is the question now? Quick. I love it. I love when people say quick question. Is there a way to get a top window of volume stocks with the most volume in the last 5 minutes in dollar amounts and not percent? There's not a quick way to do it. I'm not sure there is a way to do it, even with a custom formula. Let me just try to figure that out. I don't think there's going to be a way. Okay, dollar amount. See, the only way we can do dollar amount, we can do. Man, I don't because you'd have to have the average volume in the last 5 minutes and times the price, and we don't have the average volume in the last 5 minutes. We have volume in the last 5 minutes, but that's not going to help. Well, if you can live with total, yeah, but now the problem is we don't have the average price in the last 5 minutes. I can give you total volume as a custom filter. Have you ever written a custom filter before? Oh, I see. Okay. Wow. Okay. Well, that's a super advanced topic then. There's a way in which we can show the volume in 5 minutes, but then to get the average price over that 5 minutes is, I think, impossible. You know, because then you could take the volume, multiply by the average price to get the dollar volume. I don't think there's any way to do it. First time since 2010 that anybody's asked me that. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's just... Okay, can one share a dock window? Yes. It's exactly the same as so if I bring, it's exactly the same as the file save or share to cloud. Okay, there's the name of it, and then just save and share. And so now you've copied it and then you paste it, Control V, just like any other cloud link. Can I please show my strategy trades window? Are you talking about this window here? The strategy trades all? Yeah, okay, here it is. I mean, there's, you know, a couple, I wouldn't call it a great day, but I mean, there is one up, a couple up, 2%, 3%. If you're part of the test drive, then just all you have to do, if you want to see it, you know, just click on new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. And then you'll have, you know, never mind these top two there, I just dock the window with my earnings plays, but this is the window that you would see. If you click on new, AI/Holly strategy trades window. And then all you do really is just save that window as part of your layout. If you have a layout up and running, when you shut down tonight, afterwards, just save it as part of your layout so you don't have to do it every day. You should just incorporate it as part of your layout. Oh, okay. Yeah, it does require a custom filter though, okay? If you want the volume in the last 5 minutes, it does require a custom filter, which is you're so new. So let me just say, yes, it can be done. All right. I mean, I can give you the script and how to do it and all, but it is sort of an advanced topic. I'll put it in the tech support area over here. I mean, if you really want to do it, tech support area. Okay, I'm going to put it there. Just give me a moment. So this is called to create a custom formula, okay? And the formula actually is okay, that is the formula. But you're so new, you know, unless this is so mandatory, I would probably, I mean, you can try it, you know, but I mean, it's an advanced topic. Most, I would say 98% of our customers have never written a custom formula before. It is not hard, don't get me wrong, it's not hard, but typically we seem to have enough ready-made filters that, you know, the average person doesn't need that. Within reason, trader. Within reason. Okay. So let me answer Harry P first. Okay. Can we load any public window or layouts? Like if you save your window and layout into the cloud? Yes. That's what I do all the time. You know, if you click on my homepage tab, all my scans, my individual scans that I created, my layout, they're all in the cloud. So that's all you have to do is just click. Maybe I'll do one just so people understand. But you really, you know, I really want to force people to take a look at the 20 lessons. So let's just say you see this, okay? And you're wondering, okay, well, great. How do I get this on my screen? Okay. Well, let's take a look at biggest pullbacks on winners. Okay, I might want to look at that. So I click on the link and a new tab is formed. There's the link right there. I highlight it and copy it, Control C. It's copied now. Okay. Then I go to my toolbar, click on File, Load from Cloud, and notice, this ends in 11:39 AF. It's ending in 11:39 AF. Virtually all the time, if you've done it just the way I did it, highlight it, copied it, it'll show up here automatically. Okay, now for some crazy reason it doesn't, then you have to paste the link in, Control V it in. And now it's just a matter of loading it. Okay, so it showed up on my other screen, but that's how, so you want my layout, you want my individual scans, that's what you do. So the answer to your question is yes, it's really simple. It's one of the beauties of Trade Ideas. No, that's why I do it. I mean, we don't expect it when you're starting out. That's why I try to create enough different types of scans. I don't know what sort of trader you are or the next person. So I try to create a lot of different types of scans that might appeal to a broad range of people. And when you're first starting out, the last thing you want to, be bogged down on, I think, is, well, geez, I don't know how to create anything. I don't know how to do anything. So at least I give you some scans to take a look at. And then once you get used to it a little bit, then you can modify them. Different price range, different volume. Add a filter in that you have discovered that you might like. Take one out, Okay, so Trader Betty. So we have a limited way of creating your own filters. What do you mean by that, Eleazar? Sorry if I mispronounced your name. What I'm on is 5.5.20. That's the version. And that can be downloaded from our website. Okay, so Trader Betty, let me show you what you can do. Okay, Father or two, just give me a moment as I answer Trader Betty's question. Okay, so I just put a link in, okay? Formula Editor Overview. All right, so these, if you scroll down to pages 5 and 6, these are the data points that you can use. So that's where somebody asked for my volume up in 5 minutes, right here. But if you wanted volume up in 7 minutes, you just can't create a formula and put 7 in. If the data point doesn't exist, you can't do anything. Okay? So if the data point doesn't exist here, then you're out of luck. Okay? You can't make up one out of thin air. That is one, and then the other one. More codes. Again, this is advanced. Hardly any of our customers do this, but this is advanced. And so more filter codes are here. Okay, so the answer to your question is you can create your own formulas, your own filters, by combining the filters that we have. But it is limited. It's not a full-blown programming language. Okay, the only way to enter exactly when the AI, James, the only way to do it is if you are in auto trade mode. But I don't think you have to be. Here are the alerts today, okay? There's no mad rush to get into a trade immediately, in my opinion. Okay? I demonstrated this one, this BILI earlier, okay? There was the alert at 79.69. Okay? Let's take a look at it. There's the arrow in which the alert happened. It popped up, and then the next candle, it actually came down below the alert price. In my opinion, you have time to click on an alert, judge whether or not you want to get into the trade right away, see how it's trading maybe a little bit, see what sort of resistance there is on the daily, the weekly, the monthly charts, just to see if there's anything that could be in the way, and then you can take the trade. If you're talking about pure auto trading, you want to take the entry and just have our system manage your exits. We don't believe that's the way to go. Okay, it's that simple. We don't believe that's the way to go. You want to now. There is a way in which you can get in exactly when the AI gets in, but again, if you're going to manage the exits on your own, that means you're at your computer anyway. I would just take a look and see, is this something I really want to trade? Okay, these are not designed that if you're missing out by 3, 4, 5, even a dime is not the end of the world. If that makes sense. But if you wanted to see how it worked and you're part of the test drive, you can always put it in simulation mode. You can turn all the strategies on. In simulation mode, you could turn them all on. Come on, stay. There we go. Turn them all on, enable them. And you can see how it would work in completely auto mode. Or at least taking them on the entries, and then you could exit. But again, if you're going to stick around for the exit, I think people get, I'm not talking to you specifically, James, but I think people get so hung up on, well, I got the alert at 79.69 and now it's 79.78. Well, you know what? It is not designed that, if you're just looking to scalp, and again, I'm not talking to you specifically, if you're just looking to scalp for a dime, okay, but that's not what this is designed for. Okay, I'll answer your question, Rick. How do we see short interest? Okay, so that is it. It's called the short float percent. Okay, father of two. This is the filter. Oops, just do a search on float. And this is it, the short float percent. That is the short interest. Okay? That's a filter that we've got called short. Okay. All right, Rick, let's get to you now. Can you give me, do you know how to give me the cloud link for it? I want to run it myself, okay? Let's just see what's going on. Can you give me the cloud link? Do you know how to do that? If not, I'll walk you through it. Oh, now, is it just, before I click on that, is this a scan or a layout? Is it just a one scan? It's not an entire layout, is it? Okay. Promise? Because my scan will, okay, because I'll lose my layout. Okay. All right. Let me do it again. It's really interesting. It's not showing up here. Okay, it's very interesting. It's not showing up here. Okay, so first of all, I got an alert. All right, so. Okay, so I got an alert right here. Oh, momentum down. Okay, yeah, I don't have that up and running, but okay. So if I do a history of today, I'm seeing all the alerts I would have got. So when you do a history, you're not seeing anything? Okay, you got momentum up and momentum down and nothing. So again, if you right click and do a history of today, you're not getting anything. I want to make sure I've asked the question. Okay, so you're not getting anything. Okay, so there's obviously something wrong with your account because we can see that it is working. Okay. Now, did you ask me a long time ago, so do you have a red ball or a green ball or an orange ball in the toolbar? You know, if you look at the toolbar, you have a green one. Okay. So you're not getting any alerts from any scan, never mind just that one, but you're not getting any alerts at all, right? But you can run the AI. Woof. You have all of these alerts. Ah, okay, they don't work. Okay, so you can't run the AI. Okay, so this is what I think has happened. And you're part of the test drive? Okay, now, you asked me this question before, did you not? And did I, or if, did I not try to send you to our homepage and then you start a live discussion and you give them your email and they can check to see why? Because I think what's happened is you haven't filled out the exchange agreements. I think that is okay. I think that is what has happened. If you have a green ball, so I can't help you, okay, because I don't have access to your account. But if you go to the home page, oops, not that one, sorry. I don't know why that copied. Not that link, not that link. Okay. Okay. Oh man, I'm getting tired, guys. Just a minute. That's even the wrong link. Let me delete these things. Okay. I want the Trade Ideas homepage. There we go. Trade Ideas homepage. There we go. Okay, so when you click on the link, just wait for it. Questions and answers. Okay, questions and answers. Just tell them, hey, I'm part of the test drive. This is I have a green ball. But I'm getting no data. This is my email address that I use to sign up for it. Okay? Then they can check your account. Almost for sure, it's because the exchange agreements have not been filled out. Even if you think you have, that's typically, I would say that, almost 100%, that's the reason. With a green ball, okay? And then they should be able to help you almost immediately. Okay? Let me know. Oh, you're more than welcome. All right, guys. I was impressed you knew how to give me a cloud link so quickly. Well, guys, actually, this has been as far as questions are concerned, especially account type questions like Rick. I mean, we used to get those questions a lot, but we've got all sorts of support set up, and I think that, that has really helped not having as many of those types of questions. It's been okay, actually. The first few test drives, I mean, for the 2 weeks, I was like very exhausted, yes. But I haven't seen quite the number of questions. So that means everybody knows exactly what to do, which is great. So what that means tomorrow is I might be able to concentrate a little bit more on. I haven't taken one trade. I have not taken one trade today. I might be able to take a trade tomorrow, but it's okay. I mean, this is why we do this. Blue on the way down still, guys. Blue. Look at this lifetime low. I love this. I don't know if you guys see the same thing in the single stock window. I think you must. I like this pictorial representation now a lot better. It's sort of the combo of seeing the actual number and also, but also at a glance, you can see exactly how, for instance, a stock like this, with the red bar right all the way over, lifetime low, obviously a 2-year low, etc., etc. Wow, is it really? 46,000. No wonder Bitcoin is going crazy, some of these Bitcoin stocks. Let's see, Mara. What the heck is Mara doing these days? Yeah, so Mara, when Bitcoin was up around 60,000, it was up here. So it actually hasn't, I mean, it's moved, but I wouldn't call it like a huge move. But I'm surprised that, well, this is just obviously profit taking and all that. And yeah, BTBT is, well, let's see. I want to see what GBTC is doing. GBTC, kind of the ETF for Bitcoin. Let's see what it's doing. Nah. So, this time, I mean, BTBT is not trading with the coin at all. I mean, it has dropped down. Now, I don't know anything about this company. A lot of hype. All I know, it's a Bitcoin play or a crypto play, whatever you want to call it. Big pop early, and now a lot of profit taking probably. Super low float. One thing we haven't talked about at all today, I don't know if there are any, but no virus plays. Depends what you mean by a breakout, James. I mean, because these stocks are, if you're talking about something, a consolidation breakout, I don't have anything quite like that. I mean, most of the time. But before I say that, I thought we had one that. Yeah, we did used to have a channel that kind of tried to find, but again, it was hardly used. So we're just really whittling down the number of channels we've got. Depends what you mean by a breakout, though. You know, biggest gainers today, biggest gainers in the year, biggest gainers for the week. I mean, these are stocks that are obviously breaking out. Well, okay, so all these are breaking out. They're at the high of the day. Like this is breaking out. If you call that a breakout, SD, as an example, you call that breaking out. There's the high of the day and it's breaking above it, making a new high. Is that what you mean? Yeah, so resistance level, your idea of resistance and my idea and Joe's and Harry's and all that could be very, very different, okay? Resistance is kind of sometimes it's just not easily defined. But for instance, if you wanted to create let's just do something like this. Create a new alert window. I have no idea what sort of alerts you'll get, but let's just start from scratch. Never mind what it says now. I'm going to put the position in days range. That's a great filter that I like a lot. Position in range. That's in the range, okay? So I want to put it just below. I guess I didn't get rid of all these things. Just give me a moment here. Okay, I don't mind that. Volume today, I can keep that. 1 in 20. Okay. Okay. I'm going to add the filter, position in the days range. So I want to have a stock that's maybe not quite at the high of the day, but very close. Now, this is where, experimentation comes in. So at this point, I would see stocks that are with, if I put 95 in the min and 98 in the max, I would see stocks within 2 to 5% of the high of the day. Maybe that's too much bigger range. I mean, all you can do is experiment, okay? Can we even put 99? So I'm going to see stocks that are within 1 to 4% of the high of the day. Okay, and then as I select an alert, a 5-minute high, maybe making a 5-minute high. Maybe that's going to pop it through the high of the day, as an example. So I can go 5-minute high, add the alert. Okay, so summary, stocks between 1 and 20, trading at least normal, 100,000 shares at least, between 1 to 4% of the high of the day. This little, this filter here is a bit of a trick. It just prevents you from seeing ETFs. Okay, if you just want to see stocks, you can use this filter, but I don't want to dwell on it. And then a 5-minute high. Now, I don't use this. I've never made one like this before. I have no idea what sort of alerts we're going to get, but we may not get very many. I don't know. So we got this one, pale. Let's just see what it looks like. Oh, you can see what pale looks like. There's the high right there. And there it is, 1042. Let's see, WKHS. So there's the high. You can see the high is right up there. It's not quite at the high. See what I mean? And then you can start watching it. See, okay, man, maybe it's looking close. You can change the price range you're interested in. You can, change the minimum volume. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do, but you will see stocks that are very close to the high, making a new 5-minute high, but not necessarily not breaking out over the high. But maybe that's even better, something that just almost breaking out. I don't know how you feel about that, but anyway, I'll give it to you, and if you like it, and anybody else who likes that concept, here's another one, skills. You can just sort of see what it's looking at. Not quite breaking out, but that you see, listen, this, oh, did I, oh, sorry. Save or share to cloud. Save and share. Okay. Okay, now, this is what I would do. I would take a look at, so you get an alert. Okay, there's LUMN. This is what I would do. LUMN, just got an alert. It's very close to the high of the day. And in fact, at this point, you see, remember now, you're getting the alert and then it's starting to move. So it may already be taking out the high of the day. All right? But if it weren't, like skills right here, SKLZ. But again, you might want to tighten these filters up. You might want to put a higher relative volume. I mean, you don't want to get so many alerts that you're overwhelmed. But there's SKLZ. I want to find one that is not quite at the high of the day. Okay, so this is 889. So what I would do is I would say, okay, I just got this alert. It's really close to the high of the day. It just made a new 5-minute high. Why not set a price alert at 892 and see if it takes it out with some volume? Then you don't have to stare at it. You don't have to stare at it anymore. Okay, and if it happens, that could be your breakout to the new high that you're looking for. Does that make sense? And then you can move on, and then if you get remember, you have to have your price alerts window up and running. I would minimize it. So if it happens, the price alert window will pop up on your screen if it happens. Look at FireEye. Not quite at the high of the day. You see, there's the high of the day. It's 1794. So that's within, 1%, obviously. And it's not quite at the high of the day. Who knows? You put an alert right here. 1796, say, a little bit above it. you forget about it, you set the alert, you forget about it, and then if it pops through on volume, that could be a trade. But you don't have to stare at it anymore. And so what I would do is, maybe tighten the filters up. So you're not going to you don't want to have 100 alerts that you're putting price alerts on. So, some experimentation. There you go. See, look, so it just popped up. Now, did it do so on volume? So not really, okay? I mean, doesn't mean you don't take the trip, but I mean, if you've been in the room before, I'm all about the volume. So I didn't see like a big volume burst making this move. And look, it could keep going, but I don't see the big volume burst. I'd feel a lot better if there was a big volume burst associated with that move. And how, and it's not the absolute volume, it's just in relation to the previous volume bars that you see. Look at the 2 minute. I mean, that's nothing. I mean, the volume has been nothing. But imagine if you got a 2 minute volume bar like that one, pushing it through. So I'd be looking at that going, maybe, but maybe probably not. Okay, so I said to go to our home page. But before we do that, Aaron, just give me one moment, okay? I will. Yeah, it is on, Eleazar. Yeah, version 5.5.20. You have to go to our home page. No, I'm talking to somebody else, Aaron. So go to our home page and download the software. And so give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that, guys. I'm right back now. Yeah, I just had to change headsets again. Okay, who asked the question? Okay, so Aaron, so what is going on? Not all of my strategies analyze volume, not all of them, no. But I mean, I'm big on, you know, if I get an alert, and especially if something is making a new high, and it's breaking out, you know, maybe a bit of a consolidation. I want to see that it's a volume associated. Otherwise, I mean, you get these false breakouts. I mean, look what's happening here. I mean, that, yeah, it broke out a little bit, but it wasn't on any sort of volume. So what's going on, Aaron, as far as you have a green ball in the the toolbar, the Trade Ideas toolbar? Is the ball green? Okay, so you are not connected at all. Okay, so that's typically, are you part of the test drive? Okay, so typically what that would mean is when you entered your email or your username or password, it is case sensitive. Typically that could be the issue, but you know, instead of trying to guess, I'm going to send you to, I'm going to get the link right this time. I'm going to send you to our home page, okay? And when you get there, you click on the link and you'll see a start discussion, something like this. You will see a start discussion. Maybe we've got a lot of discussions right now. There we go. Questions and answers. Questions and answers, okay? So when you click on that, just say, listen, part of the test drive, here's my email that I use to sign up. I have a red ball in the toolbar. Can you help? Okay, so what they'll do is they'll look at your account and they'll figure out why. A red ball usually means that you've incorrectly put in your password and or username. It is case sensitive. Yeah, I don't know of one in terms of a good trailing stop strategy. I don't know of one. You can ask that question, info@trade-ideas.com. I personally don't know of one, okay? So, let's see, maybe one of the other traders has something. I don't. I've got to type better. Info at there we go. Well, it does, but it doesn't. Okay, I think you can put in I want to say it's either a percent or a dollar amount. You can't one of the other. Okay. So I don't use trailing stops. The reason I don't use trailing stops is because I am not, when I'm trading, I'm not in so many trades at the same time that I can't manage them. I'm usually only in 2 max. I shouldn't say 3 max. Most of the time, I'm only in 1 or 2 trades at the same time. So consequently, I'm watching it. And I'm not putting in a trailing stop. You know, if I were in 10, 20 trades at the same time, of course I'd have to do something more in a more automated fashion. But, you know, so I've never ever used a trailing stop. Because the way I look at it is a trailing stop is just, it's artificial. You know, you're putting in some kind of a percent. And I'm not saying not to do it, but it's kind of an artificial way of for me anyway, looking at a stop. How I would look at a stop is if I'm in a trade and it's starting to work, I would be moving my stop up to the next area of support that I found. You know, I could do it right on the chart. and so that if it hit that, I will always I'll have my original stop, but I'll just keep moving my stop up into other areas on the chart that I think are support areas that if it broke down through, I should be out of the trade, as opposed to a trailing stop. But again, it's fairly simple to do if you're not in, 10 trades at the same time. Well, it depends what you mean by forecast. Not really, okay? No, I mean, is it saying we think, okay, if you get into this trade right here, it's going to go to here? No, 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 no. It doesn't work like that at all. Tomorrow's ranges, not at all, no. Well, okay, so BGM, just so I understand, the alerts are or functions, and filters are and functions. So I mean, the 5-minute wide range bar is an or function, and the running up is an or function. So you could put them both in an alert window, and you would get separate alerts for both, if that's what you want. I rarely use two different alerts in an alert window, but you can. So I mean, if I wanted to here, this is a new high. Sorry, this is a new high, right? If I wanted to, I could also add, okay, no, you can't, no, I see what you mean, no. Ors are ors and ands are ands, and never the twain shall meet. Now, there are some, just one moment, please. There are some filters that kind of have a corresponding alert, okay? So for instance, here's an alert version of the 1-minute volume spike. Okay, as an alert, and then here is volume 1 minute as a percent, as an example. Okay, so there are some, not many, that can have a bit of an overlap. In your particular case, though, no. Running up and the wide range bar, no. Let's take a look at AMC. Yeah, I think they release earnings. Yeah, after hours today. Should be amusing. All right, guys, I'm just taking a check to see what sort of alerts I'm getting from my option scanner. Haven't had a chance really to look at anything today in terms of the alerts. Look at BTCM, guys. BTCM, Bitcoin Play at course, BTCM, super active in the pre-market. And it got up to 936. Look at it. Look at it move. Look at the volume that just came in. Look at the volume that came in, guys. Yeah, I mean, an exception today for the test drive. I'll stick around for questions. You're right. Normally I go 9 to 3, but I will stick around today and maybe tomorrow, depending on how many questions I get. The honor is all mine. Keep an eye on this BTCM, guys. I mean, there's even a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. Nice pop. Look at the volume that came in the 5-minute. Little pullback, 3-bar pullback, a pop. And, of course, it has some room. I mean, it got all the way up to, what, 938 in the pre-market. There's $1. I'm not saying it's going to get here, okay? Don't infer anything. But, I mean, this... Okay, to set up external linking with TOS. I'll put the script into the tech support area, okay? This is what I'm talking about in the tech support area. And let me see if I can find it. This should work, okay? Okay, so if you go to the tech support area, hopefully you can find that tab where it says tech support SP, and I just put the information about how to link to TOS. Okay. So SP, did you just let me know if you could find the tech support tab and then follow the instructions. If you're still having a problem, I know Bill is around today. He's our linking expert. You go to our homepage and you can ask him the same thing. If for some reason that doesn't work, I don't see why it wouldn't work, but just in case. And when the question and answers things appears, you can ask the question, but I think that script should work. I gotta look at Moderna. Man, oh man, oh man. Oh, okay, so good enough. So you just follow along. I just posted all just above, right? Just above. Can you not see where you're just posting? Right above. It starts out with TOS linking. Can you not see that? All right. I'll post it right below you then. Maybe. Can you see my screen? I mean, this is. Can you see? You're saying cannot find the script. I don't see it. I just posted it below. Can you not see that? Can you not see all that? All right, then I'm going to have to send you to the home page. Then I can't help you. I don't know why. You can ask Bill. He's our linking expert. Okay, and maybe there's something more updated than I thought that would help, but I guess it doesn't. So go to the home page and just start a question where you see the question and answers. When it finally appears, just ask the question, how do I link with TOS? Okay? I don't have TOS, so that's why I can't really help you on that. Well, it depends on the tech support. Art, okay? It depends on what the problem or question is. I would call myself the minor league tech support, and if it's something very involved, I'll send you to our tech support. Kind of watching that BTCM to see if it breaks out. It surprised me a little bit. I thought it might break out a little bit more. It had the volume, but just because you get volume it's not 100%. It's it's that simple. It's not 100%. Good. Good, Aaron. I'm glad. What was it? Was it password? Was it username? Because it is case sensitive, or was it something else? Exchange agreements? Combination, okay. Boy, that's ugly. That to me was going to be that looked like this was going to start to move, the BTCM. I've been trading. I probably would have taken that trade just over 8 because it had the volume pop, what I look for. It had the room, the pre-market, all the way up to 930 something. However, let's take a look at, the other thing, if you're going to play a crypto play, what is GBTC doing? No, GBTC was doing fine, just kind of resting. So KRBP, patent. Let's take a look at KRBP. You know what we haven't had very many of today? Halts, guys. Hardly any. I only see 2 stocks that were halted today. So look at this. Yeah, look at this volume that came in for KRBP. Boy, there are a ton of shorts available too at Interactive Brokers. Not that I'm necessarily looking to short it right here, but that is a lot of shorts, 1 million shares. And what we a lot of people in this room, Zach, Real, others, William, they look for shorting these tops. Okay, something pops up like this on a little fluffy press release, and then they just drop. Okay. Look at this. Look at this topping tail. So from 381, it got pounded down to 350 so far. Look, it might come back, but most of the time, a lot of these things just will not sustain. Now, again, it may keep going, but there was a great 30 to 40 cent opportunity to short that. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions. Again, I'll stick around if there's some questions. Otherwise, I usually shut it down at 3. All right, I don't see any other questions. I apologize. Are you kidding, Jason? Because I recognize you. You've been in the room forever. You must know how. And if you're not kidding, okay. So click on my home. Okay, click on my homepage link and go to the scan section. And then just find the one that says moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay? Save the link, guys. You want lots of information here. A lot of information here, all the scans I'm sharing, and also, of course, the education section. Sorry, so all the scans I'm sharing and the education section. A lot of information here. Don't expect anybody to, have to do all this while the room is open. So just save my link, and then you can look at all this at any point, anytime you want to. My pleasure. My pleasure. All right, guys, I think I'll wrap it up then. Thanks for all the help, and thanks for all the questions. It was great. Just going to get my script together to shut the room down. Okay, and again, I guess really one more time, if you got anybody who is interested in taking this test drive, you can still do so. You'll get basically 9 days. Okay, you won't get the 10 days. You'll get the 9 days. Okay, there's the test drive link. Click on it. It'll cost you $11.11. It'll go to the 20th, so you'll get 9 days. Well, you have the balance of today, but the market, of course, is going to close in 30 minutes. But you can still use it tonight. Take a look at top lists and things like that. Take a look at my scans. Excuse me. So if you think that's worthwhile, 11.11 for the 9 days, and go for it. 2 weeks using our premium service, And again, when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription. Don't worry. Okay, let's get my sign off ready. All right, everybody. So I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you in the room tomorrow. Bye-bye.